It is 9:03. My name is Catherine Delnau. I am the State Librarian and the Commissioner of the Department of Libraries, and I'm calling to order the September 22nd, 2023 meeting of the Working Group on the Status of Libraries in Vermont. And our topics today include the Salaries and Staffing Survey Report in the morning and presentation on draft legislation on intellectual freedom in the afternoon after our lunch. And we'll also have some further discussion of recommendations, picking up on the topics of salaries and staffing recommendations in the morning and intellectual freedom recommendations in the afternoon. And we'll talk about general report writing as well. I want to remind everybody that this meeting is recorded and will be posted. All comments in this meeting are part of the public record. I share that because we've had some requests from people to remove things from the public record that they had already shared with us, which I have declined to do. I've left them up. So I just want to make that clear to folks when they're here and commenting. It's part of the official record of the working group, and we don't take things down. I'm going to start with our roll call of the working group members, and then we'll do introductions of other folks who are present with us today. Meg Allison.
I'm here.
Welcome. Maria Avery.
I am here.
Hi, Maria. Let's see. Jeanette Bear.
Yes, I am still here.
Awesome. I am here. Denise Hersey. Not here at this moment. Christopher Kaufman Ilstrup might be eating, but he said he was here. Christopher, are you out there?
I'm here.
Excellent. Andy Kolovos? Not yet here. Kelly McCagg, I mentioned before we started the recording that Kelly will be arriving around 9:30 this morning. Karen McCullough?
I am here.
Excellent. I'm looking right at you, wondering if you're here. Susan O'Connell.
I'm here too.
Excellent. And Wendy Sharkey.
I'm here.
Great. I believe we have a number of members of the department who we'll get to shortly, but I see that Susanna Davis is here. Susanna, can you introduce yourself and say good morning?
Hi, buenos. Oh gosh, the sun, it's so beautiful, and yet it is oppressive on camera. Good morning, everybody. I'm Susanna Davis. I'm the Racial Equity Director for the state. I'm just joining as a visitor/listener today. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Susanna. Thanks for being with us. Now we'll move to members of the department, starting with Assistant State Librarian Tom McMurdo.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, Tom. And then Assistant State Librarian Jeanette Schaefer.
Good morning.
Hi, Jeanette. We've got Josh Muse on tech support.
Good morning, all.
Hey, Josh. Let's see. Is April Shaw present?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, April. I hope you're feeling okay. Lauren Kelly.
Good morning.
Lauren. Karen Gravlin.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Joy Warland.
Good morning.
Hey, Joy. Jonathan Clark.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Jonathan. Lily Talbert.
Good morning.
Kevin Unruh.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. And on minutes, we've got the fearless Gina Rubin.
Hello, everybody. I
Hey,
have a little
Gina.
fear today.
Great. Okay, so we have a number of other folks. Oh, it looks like, hi, Andy Kolovos. Okay, I'm marking you present. Excellent. Okay, so now let's move to other folks who are here. I see that there are some other folks who are joining us. I see, let's see, Kathleen Hoyne. From the Cabot Public Library. Kathleen, are you here? think so. I'm just reading from the participants list. So I think Kathleen Hoyne is here from Cabot. And it also looks like the Pearson Library Director is here, whom I have not met yet. The Pearson Library Director is fairly new in their role. Pearson Library Director, do you want to come on and introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm off camera because I'm still in my pajamas. It's my day off, so sorry. I wanted to pop in for this meeting. But my name is Michael Hibb, and I'm the new Pearson Library Director. I moved here from Denver, Colorado, where I was working at Anythink Libraries near north of Denver, and it's a real pleasure to be here today.
Which of the Anythink libraries were you in?
I was the branch manager of Wright Farms, their flagship operation.
I may have
Thornton.
met you. I may have met you there a couple
Oh,
of years
really?
ago. I visited, yeah, with a library. There was a conference where we went and visited that library, I think.
We may have met.
We may have met. Welcome to
Thank you.
Vermont, and thanks for joining us. Pajamas are welcome. We don't stand on ceremony, so don't worry about pajamas, folks. Is there anybody else present that I didn't hear, that we didn't call on today or hear from? Okay, with that complete, we're going to move to, well, first, thank you everybody for joining us. I wonder if one of the members of the Department of Libraries can put the agenda PDF into the chat so people who are joining us today can see it. The next thing we'll do is have the approval of the minutes, and then we'll have general public comment. So if somebody from the public or if anybody on the call wants to give general public comment, then they may do so. We'll be doing that in about 10 minutes or so. So for people who wanted to share, comment on anything we're talking about today, or who missed an opportunity, we've closed the written comments period. And so if anybody's on the call at that point who wants to share general comments on anything in our purview, they can do that at 9:20. So that will be your time. Okay, so let's move to the approval of the minutes of our last meeting. Our last meeting was held in person, which was really exciting for all of us because we hadn't actually ever gathered before. This group has been meeting since, gosh, September of 2021, I think. And so we had somehow been meeting this whole time without ever gathering. We were able to gather here in Barrie. Just looking at the minutes, I see something immediately that has jumped out at me, which is that at the top of the page, we need to make a correction to the year. So Gina, if you could note that that our meeting took place in 2023, not 2022. Somehow we missed that when we were writing up the minutes. So does anybody on the working group want to make a motion related to the minutes? Because we will do the motion, the second, and then we can discuss any edits that are necessary.
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Susan.
Susan will second that.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, now we'll open it up for discussion, and I should have waited for discussion to share that we need to update the date on the minutes to reflect the correct year, which was 2023. No time travel has been involved in our working group meeting. Are there any other edits that folks would like to? Hold on, maybe I'm just confused about the minutes. Maybe they didn't need that. Hold on a second. The minutes are perfectly fine with the year. It's me who's been time traveling. I printed out the wrong September meeting minutes. I'm looking at them now. Apologies to everybody. There's a lot going on with the report writing. So these are the minutes of the Friday, August 18th, 2023 meeting, and Gina did reflect that properly. I just printed improperly. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to accept those and a motion to second from Susan. And a second of that motion from Susan. Are there any Are there any folks who attended the meeting who wish to make any comments about the minutes? There's also a supporting document that is posted online. Have folks seen that? Which has the draft recommendations that we've developed.
Did I miss that?
I'd like to make a request related to the minutes. I propose that we put the draft recommendations into the appropriate section of the minutes rather than just posting as a separate document. I think that would be more clear for folks. Taking those pieces of information as written, so collections on page 3 would fall under the collections topic. Does that sound agreeable to folks?
Yeah.
Gina, do you understand what we're asking for the final minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Great. In this document, the draft recommendations, this is the thing that we all worked on together that I typed behind me while we wrote. So it should look very familiar, working group members. And I hope that you've had a chance to look at it. Were there any edits needed to either of those documents before we merge them in the final minutes? Minutes merge. If not, does anybody want to suggest a revised motion, a revision to the motion?
Okay.
No, but would you mind putting a link to the recommendations in the chat?
I have. I just did at
Oh.
9:14. Do you see it?
9. There they are. Okay.
Yeah, that's also for anybody who's confused about where that is. If you go to the previous minutes portion of our working group webpage, you'll see it under the August 18th meeting. So both of those links have been online for folks.
Exactly. I mean, this is the most money the library's ever raised ever, so.
Okay, so does anybody want to make a revision? Wendy looks like she's trying to formulate it.
Yes, I will make a revision to my initial suggestion, and that is that we'll merge the minutes and the recommendations into a final minutes of the previous meeting, and words to that effect, please.
Okay, let's have it be that we're going to maybe the motion could be to accept the minutes as written with the draft recommendations merged into the appropriate agenda items. Does that sound good?
Yes, that sounds good. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay. And do we have a second for that?
I'd like to second that motion too.
Perfect. Okay, let's take a vote. Only working group members may vote on this, although others may be entertained by our floundering. So all working group members in favor, can you use the hand raise function to reflect that you're in favor of doing that, please? Okay. I'm trying to count them now, and for some reason it's very difficult for me. Hold on, look at the people. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 7 in favor of doing that, so the motion passes. And we do have a couple of folks abstaining, I think. Do we have, anyone who is opposed, any working group members opposed, can you come on the call verbally and let us know that you vote nay?
Hi, sorry, this is Christopher. I'm not voting nay, I'm voting yes. I just was away from my desk for a second.
Okay, so then we're up to 8, I think. Anyone abstaining? Okay. So the minutes pass. The motion is approved. Thank you, and apologies for a little bit of funkiness this morning. We can now move.
Kathy, I'm sorry, this is Christopher again.
Yeah,
I'm just realizing that I just voted to approve the minutes, but I wasn't actually at that meeting. So
Would
should
you
I
like
be
to-
abstaining instead?
you could abstain. Yeah, so let's
Okay.
do the working group members present approved with the exception of Christopher, who abstained because he wasn't at the meeting.
And
Sorry.
Kathy, this is Karen. I also wasn't at that meeting, but I figured I could still vote to like merge the two things. So I'd like to vote yes for merging the two things, but abstain from approving the minutes since I wasn't at the meeting.
Okay, so we have 2 abstentions. And we have all present at last meeting approved. Perfect in its own imperfect way. That vote was perfect. Okay. We're going to move to our general comment. Magically, it is 9:20. And so I hope that everybody from the public who wishes to share their comments is here now. I also want to mention that Lucy Fortier, who is our Contracts and Grants Administrator for the Department of Libraries, has joined us. Welcome, Lucy. Good to see you today.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up for public comment at this point. Members of the public, if you are able to raise your hand within the Teams environment, please raise your hand if you would wish to provide us with public comment. It can be on anything on the agenda today or anything in general that you want to share about any of the topics in the working group or anything in the working group's purview. If you're not able to raise your hand and you do wish to share something, since we're not seeing hands raising, you could also unmute and just introduce yourself and start talking. Just for the record, Gina, can you just note that Jenny Rozicki from McCullough is here?
Good morning.
Morning. We're doing public comment right now, and welcoming a couple folks who have joined us since we did roll call.
Sweet. I'll just hang. You're okay with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to be public commenting yet. So, which is fine. Sometimes it's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny Roznicki, I'm hoping I'm saying your name right. Do you want to unmute and say what you just said? It's totally fine to do that. You could just say it out loud instead of in the chat, since we're in the public comment time. It would be nice to hear from you directly.
Oh gosh. Hi, this is Jenny Rozicki, sort of like the flower and then the yuck. So Rozicki over in North Bennington. I'm really keenly interested in this topic, but I don't have a comment at present. So I'm kind of listening along and seeing what I can see.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here.
This is probably, if I can just comment, this is probably, we've got the most outside folks joining us right now that we've seen in a while. So I know that a lot of people are interested in this topic, and I'm looking forward to the presentation at 9:30. Judah Hamer has joined us. He's one of the 2 folks who's been working really hard on the survey, the staffing and salaries survey for public libraries that the working group commissioned, and we'll be hearing from him and Stephanie Chase in a few minutes. While we're waiting, I'll just, if it's okay with everybody, slide in a couple of things. And Gina, maybe you could label this as report writing All right, let's see if Mary, let me just, before I do that, let's see if Mary Danko has any comments. Good morning. Mary Danko is just joining us. We're in the public comment section. So Mary, not to put you on the spot, but if you had any public comments that you wanted to share, we've got about 6 minutes before our next agenda item.
No, just listening in.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And Mary's from the Fletcher Free Library in Burlington. I'm just going to use this time because our time is so precious to share that report writing is underway and it's been a little bit of a flurry. So what has happened so far is that we have received everybody's chapters for review. Everybody in the working group who submitted a chapter, your chapter has then been kind of squished together with the department reports. So all of the authorship will be stripped out. If that's sort of how I think it will be best to come as one voice from the working group. So the department reports were heard by the working group and are part of the record, and then the quotes and the comments and what people shared that you all in the working group members summarized, are put in there in the appropriate places so that things sit together, so topics sit together. And so we'll have a chapter on each of the topics that we've heard about, and then we'll have recommendations on each of the topics that we've heard about. And then at the beginning of and I have to warn you, it's over, I think at this point, it's probably nearing 120 pages. And there will be an executive summary, probably of about 10 pages. I want to thank the working group members for writing all that you've written and getting all of that information into good shape so that basically I could squish it in as graceful of a way as possible in with the department information. And usually what we've tried to do is the Vermont information, the national context, and what we heard from the community. And then the recommendations that we've talked about. We realized that we have to get all of this stuff to Lily, who you've met on these calls. Lily Talbert is our communications person, and she is going to need to format this huge body of writing consistently. And so that has to be in her hands by October 1st. So if anybody's noticed that the department, some of our other work has kind of abruptly stopped, so we could be all hands on deck finishing this report, we're keeping things going, we're getting things done, but it's, we're still going to get your grants out to the community for the courier, for example, but we're really all hands on deck with researching and contextualizing information and providing data for the report. I'm trying to figure out the best way to share the report back with the working group before it gets published, but we're running very, very short on time because we did not actually get the extension of the deadline. And while they told us we could submit it late, that's not my style. I know there's no overdue fine from the legislature, but it's not my style. And we need to finish it so we can just finish it because new things keep happening. And then it's like, well, why didn't you include blah, blah, blah? So we will pick up this conversation again a little bit later in the meeting, like way later in the meeting, recommendations and report writing. But there's a question in the chat about will the working group need to read and approve the report? I think that is something we'll have to talk about later, and we might schedule an October meeting and do it that way. It's really challenging. I mean, another thing that we could do is I could share PDFs of the drafts where they are with the whole group, and then you could each individually let me know you're cool with it. It is getting down to the wire. So let's pick this, working group members will pick that topic up again in agenda item 10 because I see that Stephanie and Judah are here. And even though it's only 2 minutes early, I'd love for them to even have 2 minutes more to be with us today and share their presentation and talk about the work that they've done on a topic that's really important to everybody. So I'm going to move into agenda item 4, which is staffing and salaries survey presentation by Constructive Disruption. We at the working group have had the good fortune of working with Judah and Stephanie, both of whom have experience working in Vermont's libraries, that they bring to their work. That was really important to the working group members when selecting consultants to conduct a staffing and salary survey. And what good fortune that they were interested in this project and that they were the best proposal for the project when we went through the state's contracting process. And for those who don't know, I've known Judah for quite a long time. We've had a gap in our knowing each other, but Judah and I knew each other in New Jersey libraries, and I was shocked to find out that like this bidder was, part of it was Judah. So really, it's been a pleasure to work with them, and I hope that the library community will be happy with the results of the survey that was conducted. I want to thank members of the working group for participating in getting us to the good numbers that we have had as far as respondents to the survey. And that was really helpful for folks to jump in and make calls and encourage their peers to participate. I think that that was really pivotal in getting our numbers much higher because we weren't getting a great response initially, but we did have a good response. Stephanie and Judah will share about that. But just for some framework here to contextualize the staffing and salaries survey, the working group really had heard from the community that we needed this survey and we needed more information. This survey is not the work of the Department of Libraries. This survey was funded with an appropriation to the working group for $12,000. That was initially supposed to support our stipends for attending meetings. The working group realized that not all of us were eligible for stipends to attend meetings. And the working group realized that this resource would be really well spent on a survey that the department, that is outside of the department's regular scope of work and it's very important to the library community. At first, the working group thought about having it be a staffing and salary survey of all the types of libraries in the state. And that just was overwhelming. And eventually the working group winnowed it down to just be the public libraries because we had heard from the community, the working group had heard from the community that public libraries, salaries and staffing were the most concerning of all of them. And that the academic and the school library representatives on the working group agreed that we should focus the limited resources we were given by the legislature on this particular group of libraries to study and to analyze the results of. We put the project out to bid. We did a simplified bid. Lucy Fortier helped with that, so thank you, Lucy. And we had Constructive Disruption as the bidder that was successful in that process. And they have been working for many months. We did have a little bit of an impact because of the floods with our launch, but we were able to still have the survey completed and bring it to you today. And with that, I want to just turn it over to Judah and Stephanie. Please feel free to add to your introductions and share with us. But I wanted to be sure that everybody who's here today, and just for the record, that everybody understands how did we get here and why was this done? Who funded it, which is the working group, not the department. That a survey of this type is so important that and it's so complicated. And I think you can tell from the report, everyone, that it's very complicated and it's a different survey than what we have the capacity to do in-house. We usually conduct surveys that have more, that are less complex, and having folks who have a data analytics kind of view on things and background and who can really say, well, this wouldn't be statistically relevant or that wouldn't be statistically relevant. That's really something that is important here because the topic of compensation and benefits is very important in public libraries in Vermont. And the working group wanted to give it full attention, and that's why we've chosen to do it this way. I do not anticipate, I do need to say this, I do not anticipate that the department could take this work on in-house or that it would become the work of the department in the future to do this survey. The department doesn't have the resources to do this survey in the future. And I don't think other state libraries typically do this work. State library administrative agencies do not usually do this work. And some of my colleagues were shocked that I was taking this on as the state librarian. And I'm making it really clear, this is the working group's project. So if people wanted this to be done in the future, it might be necessary to have a different organization take on this type of survey, like a professional organization. That's who usually does this type of work in other states, from what I understand, if it's done at all. And maybe Judah and Stephanie, as you're doing your report, you can highlight just like that there are certain things that are really important on a federal regulation perspective.
Yes.
And that's part of what's so challenging about this type of a survey. And with that, I really am turning it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the background.
I know. Thank you. So I'll bring up the slide deck in just a minute, but just before we get started, it's so nice to see everybody and so nice to see some familiar faces. I think for some of you in the audience, we also are familiar faces. My previous jobs, I was the library director in Westford, good old Westford, Vermont, the school librarian in Fletcher, and the library director in Stowe. And Judah and I, you may be aware, along with Lucinda Walker, we're the three founders of the Green Mountain Library Consortium. So we're really happy to be back here with you all in the state. Judah, do you want to say anything about yourself?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was like, and yes, I blanked for a moment. Sorry, the caffeine really just kicked in. So, yeah, I lived in Cornwall for years and years, and started my life as a director in Shelburne, and then worked in Rutland, and then worked in Middlebury. Stephanie and I are really, I think I can speak for both of us, that we're thrilled to do this lift for Vermont, because we have a personal perspective, each of us, on the challenges of Vermont public library workers and compensation and staffing and all the things that I think everyone in this room is aware of. So this was certainly, we're really thrilled to win the contract, and we also consider it a bit of a labor of love, because we really, every time I spoke to somebody, I was like, maybe I'll just move back. So our affection runs deep, and our care for public library service in the state is probably part of our DNA right now. We met about 26 years ago on the floor of a NELA conference because there were no chairs left, and we sat on the floor. So, and then, you know, things went on from there. GMLC started with, I think, like 5 or 6 people, and you all know it's pretty big now. So I'm thrilled it's still alive, and we're thrilled to be here to share with you the highlights of the report, because the report's really long, so you can certainly dig in.
So I'll bring up the slide deck. You'll notice I made it fall themed because I am now currently in Portland, Oregon, where it's still hot. So the theme reflects my desire for the season I wish it was. And we really tried to structure the presentation to bring up highlights from the report. So we'll certainly, I think, Judah, it'd probably be okay to take questions throughout as we go through things, because the report is so big. And so I think we'll start with kind of these broader reflections where we've seen things, and then Judah has the report where if we really want to dig in, for those of you who might have the report open, you know, we could even maybe like on page X of the report. So I think that might be the best way to do it, just because there's so much in the report itself. So let me bring that up. Okay. As I mentioned, that fall theme, and we already introduced ourselves. And so I'll just start by touching base a little bit on what Kathy mentioned. There was a goal of an 80% response rate. So the Department of Libraries considers the state has 188 public libraries. So we're hoping to hear from 80% of those. And in the end, we heard from 77%. So a very strong, very good response. And then I think it's worth noting that of the 44 libraries that did not respond to the survey, more than 3/4 of those at some point received a personalized reach out. So received at least one personalized email, got a phone call, whether that was from us or, as Kathy mentioned, from a working group member. We were really thankful to have that support. So very, very few libraries in the state did not receive a personal touch to this at some point. And in that outreach, we really sent, as many of you in the audience probably know, multiple rounds of emails. Sometimes those were really general, but we really tried to focus on segmenting those emails. So really reaching out on a geographic basis, on a population size basis, on the number of hours that were open. We did some specific contacts to libraries that had been impacted by the flooding, specific outreach to libraries that may be considered community libraries, just to make sure that we could clarify the public piece that we were really looking for. So we really tried to reach out to people. And then as libraries returned the survey, we also made sure to thank people for that and to ask them to reach out to colleagues. So we're sure that some of that happened as well. Some of you may remember that we kicked off the survey with a recorded webinar, and then we also provided an FAQ and some detailed guides. So we really hoped to provide people with information to work through it themselves. As was mentioned, we delayed by 1 week releasing the survey due to the floods. And we held it open an additional week after the publicized date to kind of get the last contributions in. And then I think it's worth noting that between us and the working group, we did 285 follow-up email and 22 follow-up phone engagements. So again, we really were trying to reach into the community and have a really good representation of who was there.
And it worked. It worked.
Yeah,
I mean,
it worked. So,
an 80% goal is incredibly ambitious in the best way. And I think the goal, if you don't mind me chiming in, Stephanie, the goal is really so that this resonates in terms of the sheer volume of data to say that this is generalizable across the state. And that response rate that many people in this room and us kind of partner together is really what's made this something that kind of can ring true across the state. So people can dip in and out of the survey and kind of look in their county or their region, but they can also say, okay, how does this apply to a library my size?
And so we also just wanted to point out, where there might be a little bit of kind of a dip in that coverage, even in those areas where you might kind of see this dip, there's still a strong, representational response. So again, just really emphasizing that the data that came in from the survey, you can really count on it. So just as a point of information, that in Essex and Rutland counties, we had just a slightly less of a response rate. So all other counties had at least 65% of the libraries respond. And then all counties, with the exception of Essex and Washington, had at least 60% of the population of that county covered by the libraries who responded. So again, you're looking at a very large percentage of the libraries, and then that service area of library is represented in this data set. And so when we reported back out, what we really focused on was to also make sure that we were seeing really accurate, really representational responses by the level of population served, so that we would see, a good number of responses from libraries that serve under 1,000, right, and as many as we could from libraries that served higher levels, over 10 or over 20,000. So we really tracked those population levels. And so, Judah, I'll hand over to you here just about this piece and how we structured the responses.
Absolutely. So what you see throughout the survey, for those who haven't quite dipped in through all of it, is we pretty recurrently apply these population bands across the survey. And this is where I think this project benefited from Stephanie and I really having an understanding that a library in a community of 500 is really different than a library in a community of 2,000 or 4,000 in Vermont. So we took the list of libraries, created population bands based on kind of the scale of the community, which we do often see reflected in the scale of the library as well. And you'll see that. And so we analyzed the data by population band, and then we also have some kind of all-in analyses on a bunch of the charts if people want to see, like, what's it look like for the whole state? And we did this because we know that libraries a scale of 20,000 plus, this is somewhere early on in the survey, is very different than a library in my hometown of Cornwall. It's just a completely different kind of operation. The community scale and assets to support that are very different, even the geography, right? And so we have these bands to help make sense of that data so that the data from smaller libraries and larger libraries kind of don't wash each other out. So we really can look at nuances. And we do not drill down beyond this layer in terms of identifying libraries and saying kind of who fit into what band. I mean, somebody could really do all of that homework. The reason we haven't done this is because there is federal restrictions on this kind of surveying done at a state level where we cannot parse the data at such a level that you could really say, I know that's Cornwall Library, that's Fletcher Free, oh, that's Rutland, that's Tinmouth, because collecting and aggregating all of that data in that way and making that public, not confidential. So we know whose data is whose, we have that information. We're charged with protecting that confidentiality and not releasing it without stripping that, because it could create an unfair advantage in labor negotiations. So really the federal legislation is designed to protect workers, particularly public workers who work in state and local government, from kind of an unfair advantage of kind of negotiating compensation and benefits. So that's a constraint in how we present the data and how far we drill down. And I point that out here because my next question, as somebody who loves numbers, would be like, well, how many people are in each of these categories? And we really can't give that, because you could very easily drill down and see in 20,000+ who responded, in 6,000 to 10,000 who responded. What I will say is we do know in the state there are many more libraries in the under 6,000 categories. So we do have this kind of percentage that reflects there aren't that many libraries in that serve populations 20,000 or larger. So that percentage of 2% is fairly reflective. As to echo back what Stephanie says, when we were looking at this, we were making sure in follow-up that we're really trying to fill in each of these bands, so each band is representative of this population category.
And then on the next part, I think this is where you can start to get into some of the information that really came out. So Judah, do you want to talk this about the open hours?
Yeah, so we looked, I think this might be a comment on the next slide. I don't want to steal our thunder, but if we look really at these population bands, and this is a sample, there's so many charts that really are organized this way, which allows you then kind of benchmark where you're at compared to other people. What's the average number of hours worked? And you'll see it's enormously different. And I think for many of us who are involved in the Vermont library community and aware of what happens in public libraries, there's a vast difference in the degree or the scale of public access in a town of 1 to 1,000. It's 17 hours a week on average, compared to even a town that's maybe like 3 times the size, like a 2 to 4,000 scale town is, that's 32. It's almost double. And of course, the bigger we get in terms of the scale of the community, the more hours of open public access you have. And really, a way to look at this in terms of public library access for Vermonters is everybody has the same needs. Everybody really needs to be able to go to the library, right? On a weekend, on an evening, maybe in the morning, and so on. That's not specific to where you live. And in fact, we don't talk about this in the report, you could argue that if you live in a more geographically remote area, you might even need longer hours because you have to get to the library. So that access differential is really apparent in this. And of course, it's directly related to capacity, staffing levels. And so this is why we pair these things together as kinds of metrics that really just track right onto each other. The average number of paid staff positions in the smallest towns are 1.8. And Stephanie and I will talk later, these are often part-time jobs. And if not almost always. And you look at libraries even in the top 2 tiers, and it's more than 4 times that scale in terms of staffing. So of course, part of that we scale up in a public institution, right? So it's kind of the obvious, like you need more people to serve more people. But an artifact of that also is that more people provide the ability simply to have more open hours because you have someone staffing the facility itself. So there's a huge differential just based on this staffing. And then also, if you look through the data, it's kind of thumbnail represented here, the average number of hours worked by staff paid each week. You can see in the 1 to 1,000, 33 hours isn't even full-time, 1.8 people. There's not a full-time job in basically all of those libraries. 1 to 2,000 population band, you can almost say the same thing. It depends on how the staff is structured, because some of those libraries have like a full-time person and a part-time person, or a barely full-time person and a part-time person. But you can see at an average number of 2.6 staff positions and the average number of hours, these are not full-time positions. And so it resonates for what probably many of us sense about Vermont is people are kind of juggling multiple jobs when they work in public libraries in order to make it work economically, in terms of career and job and so forth. And of course, the larger libraries, you can see that there's much more of a predominance of full-time benefited jobs. You can divide 351 by 10.7. The quick math is about 35 hours a week, mostly full-time jobs. Or what you have in those large libraries is a mix of core full-time jobs and part-time that help to round out nights and weekends and things like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, Judah, you touched on this, right? And I think, so this is one of the things that we really wanted to set apart. One of those things that I think is a gut feeling for any of us who have worked in public libraries in Vermont is that overall, when you're looking across the hours that are open to the public, so that's across all population bands, that overall those are part-time. So 3 out of 4 libraries are staffed to support fewer than 40 open public hours each week. So 73% of the libraries in the state are open fewer than 40 hours. So I think that really hits on what you were saying, Judah, about that. And as we mentioned here, that level of access to libraries.
Yeah.
And then here we put this up to, because I think people are often curious, right, where you were just saying, kind of doing that touchback about what the numbers really look like in terms of repeating this, the average number of paid staff positions. And then when you look over here, when you look at those numbers, how they're representative across all the data in the state.
Yeah. So you think basically, what is it, like 80% of the state, give or take, have fewer than 5 staff members. 1 out of 3. I think percentages are helpful, and they sometimes translate like 1 out of 3 libraries have just 1 or 2 people in them. The whole operation lands on that person.
And then I think this is where you were kind of like, oh, where's the preview? So this difference that you were talking about, I don't know if you want to touch base on that a little bit more.
Yeah, so thank you. Oh my gosh, I hate, sorry, Stephanie, because I talk so fast. It's that childhood in New Jersey before I moved to Cornwall that taught me how to talk really fast. This number is a handy number. One of the things we do in the report is try to pull out a statistic that really kind of encapsulates what all of these other numbers represent. And here it's like, yeah, there's this enormous difference, 158% difference in staffing levels between the smallest libraries and not even the very largest libraries. This is an intentional number. It's looking at libraries 10,000 or more, kind of the middle of the population band. It's just a huge difference. And so this also means that in terms of recruitment and retention and staffing, people who work in libraries will of course, within the reasonable like drive that you can do in Vermont to get to work, right? You're looking for work in a larger municipality because that's the work that will likely be able to economically sustain you by virtue of providing full-time employment, assuming people need, something, like many people, that looks kind of like full-time employment and the benefits and so forth that come with that.
And then I think and I think we can pause here. We'll see if anybody has questions to this point. But I think really reiterating that piece, when you're looking at a third of the libraries in the state, right, have just 1 or 2 staff members who are in charge of it all. And that almost all of those in this are serving municipalities of fewer than 2,000 people.
In the report, when we talk about individual positions, we talk a little bit longer about library director slots because they're in almost every library, not actually every library, but almost every one, and library assistants because they're the two most common positions. And one of the things we touch on is that there's an enormous demand on these positions in these small libraries. You kind of have to know how to do it all, or as close to as you can as possible. From maybe story time to facilities maintenance to reference while you're working the serve desk or the customer service desk, however you frame it in your place.
So stop sharing just for a moment, just to see if anybody has any questions so far. Anything that people want to dig in a little bit deeper to. Seems like they're ready to go. I think so far, right? I think a lot of this not a surprise, right? In terms of thinking about the size of the libraries and what that staffing profile looks like. And so, Margaret, I can see we are going to go into some more position-specific information in just a minute.
Hi, Judah and Stephanie. I'm seeing in the chat that we have a question from the director of the Charlotte Public Library, Margaret Woodruff, who's saying that Margaret's saying that they recall that you asked what other tasks in particular positions, and you asking if you can please explain how that is reflected, or maybe that will come up later.
That is, I don't think that's in our, thanks for the question. And thanks, Kathy, for shouting it out, because I know I always miss chat questions when I'm looking at the screen and personal failing. And so it's interesting because we had an open-ended box, like you all know, in every question. And we didn't get really many surprises there. What my comment about library directors is reflected in the commentary. There's not really statistical significance for the diversity of things that people added on other tasks. But what the message was very clear for library directors in smaller libraries is they do this enormous cross-section of staff, including some people do custodial services. It's literally everything. Those of us who have run a tiny library in Vermont probably know this firsthand. You're like, yeah, sometimes I just change the toilet paper and wipe it up because that's how it has to work here. And maybe the floor gets mopped once in a while. It's that kind of thing. So that piece is reflected in the narrative. There's not really a statistical significance for that in terms of the data. I'm really glad you asked the question. It's certainly those other duties, as required and assigned, certainly informed that how we kind of wrote about that in that section.
Yeah, and I'd say those there's a profile for each position that we asked about in the report. Those start on page 23. Yeah. And so I think you can see, as Judah mentioned, when you scroll through, we highlighted what percentage of the workforce those individual positions were. And you start to see even things that you might think of as being more popular are often not particularly well reflected. The third most common position, for example, in the state is a children's services or youth services librarian, which make up only about 10% of the library workforce. So where you're seeing, I think what we really want to emphasize is where you're seeing the most positions. And again, we're going to talk a little bit more about specific positions in just a minute, but you're really seeing library directors and library assistants or library technical assistants, library clerks, that those two are by far the most prevalent positions, and that there was very consistent reporting out on what the work was, not a reflect, not a lot of notes, not a lot of, oh, I do this or this, that those two positions are typically doing everything, and that everything is very similar from place to place. I mean, with some very special, not statistically representative exceptions.
Right. Like somebody has to do Rotary. It's like one person I forget who, and I can't divulge. It's like, oh, okay. Like, it's interesting. Like, that's an obligation of your job.
I see that working group member Jeanette Bear has their hand raised. So can we call on Jeanette?
Yeah.
Hi.
I was just wondering, was there a minimum threshold of hours to be counted as a paid employee? For instance, if, somebody works 1 hour a week, do they still get counted as one paid employee? Or was there some sort of higher threshold?
No, there wasn't a minimum threshold. And I think a really good example of where this plays out is when we look at custodial services, because custodial services in Vermont libraries is incredibly part-time when it is a paid position. So there are many people who counted that person as, I'm scrolling down the report at the same time so I can look, kind of counted like, hey, we have a paid custodian. It's amazing how many people custodial and maintenance really is a volunteer activity. And that person was incredibly part-time position because it's just, many libraries presumptively cannot afford a custodian for, I'm like, I think the number, like, I rarely saw something more than 5 or 10 hours a week, or 5 or 10 hours a pay cycle, or however people reported it in. It's really part-time, and it's really a tiny portion. So some of these jobs that are very part-time are also a really sort of slim slice of the library Vermont workforce pie. Like custodians, I was just scrolling down, I think maybe 9% of the whole. And so there wasn't a minimum threshold.
And then I could see Margaret asked, she was really wondering about the difference between a library where the director also manages programming and a library where there is a programming person. Does that make a difference for the funding of positions? And I just want to share one screen because I think that this might be helpful. When we didn't ask that level of detail, right? A library director, if you're the only staff person, you're including programming in your work. And I think if we go back to remember that those children's services positions are about 10% of the workforce and adult services are about 5%. So people who or positions we're tending to think of as being responsible for programming are overall making us a small percentage of the overall workforce. But that question that we did ask about unpaid labor, we asked people what they were doing with their unpaid labor. So unlike the other questions, right, where we were really getting at work tests, we did not ask this level of detail, only with that unpaid volunteer, the student worker, the intern positions. And I think you can see here, it's like this number, I don't know if it kind of highlights funny because it's PDF here, but the second row, 42% of the libraries who reported report that they use some volunteer labor to do this work. So I think there's probably an analysis that could come from that. For me, it probably, and again, resonates with a lot of people. This is something that is very difficult to accomplish within the not full-time hours that you have for the majority of the libraries in the state. And in order to do programming, you're really required to obtain outside unpaid help.
So I would say, kind of adding to that, it's like for those two things at the top of that list, shelving, programming, and outreach, there's a heavy reliance on unpaid volunteer, student worker, intern positions, really across the state. It's all over the map. These are not just libraries. You don't get 71% just from the libraries in the 1 to 1,000 range. It really means it crosses libraries of lots of different population bands. And that also means that the director then, as part of the supervisory work, which was part of the supervising volunteers and other paid workers, because we know that comes with a level of coordination. So even when you're not doing the programming and outreach yourself, because you have unpaid help, people from the community kind of, really helping to sustain what the library does for the community, but still takes that core person who's getting paid to do that. And yeah, Stephanie, I'm glad you brought this up because it does fill in a gap of how does this happen in a community where the staff is so small? It happens because people they give their time and their talent.
Well, let's go on to the next part, which I think is some of then what people are really looking for when in the report. where we really start to get into pay rates. And to me, I think, Judah, I'll leave you to read some of these and talk about some of these. The next few slides, just trying 1, 2, there's 3, 4. Yeah, we could, I think, talk about these, but I think just starting out overall with this, I think, really impactful figure.
So, and a little bit of background on the statistics in the report, because I know that we have two kind of measures in Vermont and in other states. We have the livable wage measure and we have the basic needs measure. And the livable wage measure was an earlier, like an earlier effort. I'm like, oh, we were doing that 20, 25 years ago, talking about livable wage in Vermont as distinct from minimum wage. And that was certainly, kind of an important societal movement, right? So that we're really understanding what it costs to live, what people need to make to like sort of eat, have housing, and so forth, and get to and from work. And so the basic needs wage is a formula that is really the next step of the livable wage, which is livable wage is kind of there's like regulations for how that's defined. And the reason there's a basic needs wage for an individual, for a family, and so forth, and that gets updated every year, is because it was created in response to the shortcomings of a livable wage, because a livable wage at this point is not considered livable, kind of like minimum wage. It's sort of the echo of like, well, this really doesn't capture it all. And so we talk about a basic needs wage for a single person, because we don't, in terms of kind of equity, diversity, and inclusion, we're just, that everybody who works at least is themselves. We don't make assumptions about people's family structures and children and so forth. And it keeps really a kind of apples to apples comparison across all types of jobs without making assumptions about the personal lives of people and what they need to make. You could certainly on your own go through and compare this to a basic needs wage for a couple or a family, because when people have kids, obviously they need to make more money to support kids. So I would say that if we think about a basic needs wage beyond a single person, the gaps that we're talking about are even greater between what people are making and what they need to make to support not only themselves, but perhaps additional members of the household or family. So 1 in 4 Vermont library workers, you can all read, they don't make enough to meet basic needs in a rural area. There are 2 measures in the basic needs wage, rural and urban, and we went with rural. It's a little bit lower than the urban rate. There's not a huge difference there, and we wanted to have some statistics that could be looked at across the entire state, even though we know like Burlington and Rutland are definitely different than, Ira and Mendon. So, and then if we take a closer look at the folks who fall into this category, where they're not making enough to meet basic needs, because they're all part-time, there's severe limitations and constraints in their ability to access health benefits through their employer. Just 5% of libraries, so 5 out of 100 people, if they're part-time, happen to get that health benefits through their employer. And we'll talk about when we get to compensation. There are other implications too, other social safety net things that don't apply to part-time workers in public libraries. So this is in terms of, kind of a social safety net. This is a part of the workforce, 27% really don't have access to what we think of as kind of a workplace, joint government workplace kind of social safety net that you get when you work at a place full-time or nearly full-time and have a wage that meets basic needs. It just doesn't exist for quite a substantial part of the library workforce.
And I think, and I think something with the basic needs, what I found really interesting is that as you go to a basic needs for a couple or basic needs for a family, there is the assumption in those rates that both, you're in a multiple 2 adult household and that both adults are working. So I think just to really emphasize that when you look at this, that single figure, as Judah mentioned, that gap only grows wider.
Yep. And so when we look at, that piece for terms of wage, and then we think, okay, well, on top of this, 3 out of 4 people who work in Vermont libraries are part-time. 3 out of 4, it's most of our workforce. They don't have fully benefited positions. And the benefit that people get the most some form of leave, some form of personal time off outside of kind of state, local, federal holidays that people tend to get. We didn't track that part in terms of like actually getting what we think of as like combination vacation, sick, personal. Lots of people get that. Beyond that, it's very slim what people are eligible for, what they have access to, and so forth. And more times than not, they don't have access to the rate that we might think they do if we didn't know Vermont libraries.
And then I think, oh, go ahead, Judah.
I was gonna, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think I just want to recall back to kind of the last piece where we really talked about the two most prevalent positions in the state are library director and the library assistant or clerk. So here we're going to focus on those two positions.
Thanks for that transition. I love it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So we'll start with the library assistant / clerk position, and it is after director. You see more of these than anything else. Probably not a surprise to anybody here. 28%. So just over 1 out of 4 workers represented in this study. And when we think about how this represents the state in terms of our raw data, it's like, yeah, this is kind of what it looks like across the state. And only 2% of this really, really common job earn a wage sufficient to meet basic needs. And everybody who earned this wage works in the largest sized municipalities in the state. So it's a really, really slim segment of this part of the position. So for most people, if you want to go to the next slide, Stephanie, most people, they just don't make enough to support themselves in these jobs. And for those of us who worked in Vermont libraries, this probably resonates. People have second jobs or have other ways of kind of rounding it out, or they have living situations that really reflect, their ability not to fully support on what they're making at a library. And then we just layer on that it's not a full-time position more times than not, except in the largest libraries. You have some of these full-time positions like this. Do you want to shift to library directors next?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so the library director position, we know it's the most common position. 92% of libraries who participated in the study have this position. There really are, I forgot until we did this. I was like, oh yeah, there are a handful of really tiny libraries. They don't have a director. They have a team of people who run the library. It's a really, really small operation. And there are a tiny number of libraries that are all entirely volunteer run. And so when you're like, why, if you're wondering like, what's that 8% about? It's reflecting that very, very tiny slice of the state. That's what that looks like. So 1 out of 4 library jobs in Vermont are director jobs. If we're just looking at numbers, even though we know that the director job is the most prevalent position across the state, and the average hourly compensation rate for this position is $25.90. It's 27% above basic needs for a single person. It's kind of modest, all things considered. And so when we consider that public libraries considered a director, we know this looks different in Vermont because we have certification. We can't always retain directors with a master's degree, but in terms of an industry and a national standard, we look at library directors typically as people we want to have a master's degree. In Vermont, 1 out of 3 folks have this qualification, which I think is still pretty stunning. Like, we're not a big state, but we make it happen. And but this at the same time, it's really hard to recruit somebody who's gone through a bachelor's and a master's program to make 27% above basic needs. And so if we're looking at Vermont recruiting people from outside of the state who have this degree, that's certainly a challenge because they have had to pay for this program. We all know about college debt in this country. So they have other obligations that are likely tied to this credential that's really necessary. And the amount of money that we pay just is not necessarily enough to attract consistently folks who have that kind of benchmark credential of a master's degree.
And then I think we were really asked to look at the VLA recommendations as well. So the hourly wage. So VLA recommended, the Vermont Library Association recommended 1938 an hour for library director back in 2009. So Judy, do you want to talk a little bit about this as well?
Yeah, so we did the Northeast. This is detailed in there's footnotes in the report on this. It's the Northeast cost of living allowance increases. So we did the math on those successively for year after year, kind of compounding, and said, okay, the VLA recommendation we know is old, so but that's what we've got. And so what would this look like? And VLA, having been involved, they really tie their annual recommended increase to something like that. They have for many years. So we made that kind of presupposition, like, well, what if this were just carried through organizationally? That recommendation with just that standard cost of living allowance increase would now be $28.06. So if we look back at our data and look at the population bands, because you'll see in the report, there's a whole sheet on, for every position, under 4,000 people, those municipalities, these folks are not making the VLA minimum. And people who are in the 4,000 to 6,000 band are barely above that minimum at like $29 an hour. This is on average. And so we have a wide swath of the state. When we think about the number of libraries that fall into that category, it is arguably most of the state in terms of numbers of libraries. We really, we see people who are leading these institutions who really aren't meeting a basic standard recommended by the State Library Association of what's considered kind of bare minimum. It's a minimum requirement. It's a base recommendation. It's not the ceiling. It's actually the floor. So these are people who are below the floor, so to speak, or they're right on the floor, because a dollar difference after taxes is not a huge statistical difference.
So I think what's really impactful then about that, right, is to look at this figure that just 14% of the library directors in the state represented in the study are making a wage that's meaningfully in excess of the minimum to meet basic needs for a single person. So I think that to me is a pretty stark, picture.
Yep.
And so I'll stop sharing there because I think those slides I think have some of, this is, I imagine, what the working group was really looking for. So I'll stop sharing my slides. Again, we'll see if we have questions about any of that, and we can look at pages in the report if that is helpful for people. I think it's hard. It can be a little bit hard to take in, I think, when you are seeing it written down. Christopher.
Hey.
Hi, yeah. This is really just a comment. I really appreciate the clarity of the presentation and want to note that this really just mirrors the rural economy broadly speaking, right? That virtually every profession in Vermont, if you did this analysis, it would look the same. People are not making enough money. They do not have a good enough benefits package to really make it. So I just think it's worth calling that out and saying it's not just libraries. It's everything.
It is a rural economy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, it's sad for libraries, but it's also all of us live in communities and understand that this is an issue faced by so many of our friends, neighbor, family members when we live in Vermont, 100%.
And for those of us who are advocates in some sense, connecting with other livable wage movements and making sure that they have this data as well in the future will probably be useful.
It's like a case study.
For sure.
Hey, Andy.
Thank you.
I just got bounced out and
Here you are, you're back.
Oh, here you are. Welcome back.
Well, I think I do a lot of work with libraries in rural Eastern Oregon now, and Christopher, what you were talking about just really reflects some stories that I was hearing on the last trip I made, where particularly in kind of north, east, central Vermont, where there's a very large, agricultural population, the challenge, and again, very similar picture, right? Where positions tend not to be full-time, tend not to be benefited, tend not to be well paid. The challenge is that in those situations, in a heteronormative relationship, the husband tends to be the farmer, and the wife needs to be the one who's bringing in the benefits. And so, you see a lot of teachers and a lot of nurses, women often traveling large distances to obtain full-time jobs with paid benefits, which are just then you're wiping out this whole, it's such a clear example of how you're just really losing a whole portion of a community base who could be working in a library because of the pay, because of the hours. And I think notably, and again, we'll talk about benefits in just a bit, because of benefits. Christopher, I see you have your hand up again. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back. I know that that your work was primarily around public libraries. And I also just wanted to make a comment that in the school library system, many of the rural librarians are only part-time, maybe they're 0.4 or 0.6, and yet they're most often still required to have that master's, even though they're only working very part-time hours.
Yeah, it is a difference where the Vermont certificate doesn't work in districts. You're right.
Yeah. I've sort of semi-connected to this issue, and we see a lot of library jobs advertised that are part-time librarian and part-time tech integrationist positions, but yet the requirements for the certifications are so different for those two halves of the job that a lot of people cannot meet those requirements. It's the rare person that's going to be able to do both the tech integrationist work and the librarian work and have the appropriate certification and education.
Just to jump in, I want to point out that the teaching certificate for the librarian, the school librarian, or the media specialist, that a lot of that they're not necessarily required to have a full MLS. That there is a 6-class program, and we heard about that particular program. So the UVM certificate of, I'm going to get the words wrong, but there's a certificate of school librarianship that people complete, I believe it's a 6-course program of study at UVM, and then they submit their transcript for consideration by the Agency of Administration, and then the agency reviews their transcript or another out-of-state transcript. Like they might be able to review my school media specialist degree from Rutgers. That's my master's is a school media master's. So in library science. So AOE reviews that and then issues them a certificate that is good in Vermont. That's different from requiring an ALA Masters of Library Science. So I just want to share that they're not, it's not an equivalent program, and it's not an equivalent degree. It's a Vermont specific certificate to work in a school library that many schools are requiring. And if there are any school librarians who have better information than that, please do let me know. We do have some school librarians on the working group who could potentially correct me, but I believe that that's what we heard, and that's certainly what the information that is online reflects. And Karen McCullough, one of our school librarians, has their hand up. So Karen.
Just coming online to agree with you, that is entirely correct. And so, yes, so people can do that 6-credit course and get endorsed in Vermont.
It is a formal program of study, and it is a program of study at UVM that people can access locally. So it is a different certificate also from the public library certificate, which our department issues to public librarians. It's more formalized, it's more hours of study. It's, I believe it's a more rigorous program. Meg Allison's also a school librarian, so Meg's got their hand up now.
Thanks, Kathy. Just to clarify, all of that is correct. And what you get is a school library media certification to teach. You get it for 1 year and then 2 years, and then you have to renew it every 5 years. So you have to have ongoing credit hours going towards that certification every year.
Thank you, Meg.
You're welcome.
I'm glad that I've got this right because I've been working on the library structures and organization chapter of the report. And if I was wrong, I'd have to start revising it. I don't want to get too far down the road of the certificate programs, the various certificate programs and credentials, because I want to keep us on focus with our presentation here, which is really targeted at public libraries. And I don't want to take too much time because we have about an hour and 7 minutes left with Judah and Stephanie today. Jeanette, did you have a quick thing to comment on before they get back into it? Maybe not. Jeanette Fair?
Jeanette, hands up, yeah.
Sorry. Just to clarify that though, that school librarian certificate is on top of your teaching certificate.
Right.
Very good. Yeah, good point, Jeanette. Thank you. We're all becoming experts. The working group, at this point, we are experts. That's like, if nothing else, we've become experts on these things. So thank you.
All right, so let's we'll do a little look at kind of the geographic view and break for questions again, and then we'll look at benefits. So let me share this up again. So we did look at how this might look across the state and if there were real differences. So we broke up the state into 3 bands, so separate from the population bands, looking at the North counties, Caledonia, Essex, Franklin, Grand Isle, Lamoille, and Orleans. The central counties together, so Addison, Chittenden, Orange, and Washington, and then the South counties together, Bennington, Rutland, Windham, and Windsor. So Judah, I'll let you talk a little bit if you want to talk about the hourly rates here, and then we have some points on the next page so I can switch when you're ready.
If you're looking to make more money, go to Central Vermont. Like that's really the bullet point there. Because if you look, you can eyeball the differences. I think we have another slide about this too, where the library directors in Central Vermont make 19% more than folks in the North counties, and a couple percent more, 2% more than their peers in the South County. And this kind of spells out the library assistants make 10% more in Central Vermont. It's compared to the North, and they make considerably more than the library assistants in the South part of Vermont, 32% more. But both of those spreads are pretty wide, and pretty wide considering that library assistants are barely making enough for, most of them aren't really meeting a basic budget for a single person in Vermont for cost of living and all that. And then there are the youth services librarians in Vermont earn 30% more in the Central than they do in the North, and 16% more than they do with their peers in the South. So there's like a consistent pattern here that if you are in Addison, Chittenden, Orange, or Washington County, that you will likely make more money. Maybe not a total surprise, right? Because we understand the population density in and around Chittenden County, which means that the libraries, there tends to be larger libraries, and then we have some larger ones in the South as well, but certainly in Rutland and Bennington County. But we have a number of sizable counties. What is it like? Chittenden County is roughly a quarter of the state population, right? It's like 160, 170,000 people. So that that population concentration really spells out very directly in terms of the wages that are made by folks here.
For me, I think not surprised to find out that kind of central band is seeing some of the highest wages. But what I thought was really interesting here is that the library directors in central and southern, Vermont are tending to be making about the same amount, right? That 2% difference. But that when you look at the difference between library assistants in central Vermont and the South, the skew of that, right? So that you're seeing library directors in the South who are making substantially more than the library assistants in the South as well. You know, you don't see that kind of consistent, those percentages aren't staying consistent to show that the kind of the steps, right, or the gaps between positions are also staying consistent.
Did
So
somebody want? Yeah, do you want to ask questions?
Yeah, I think it's not a surprise for a lot of people, but I think it's a good.
And this is an example of an analysis we did really gingerly in terms of drilling down, because disclosing at a county level really kind of violates it. You can really drill down and see who is where at a county level, which we really are not permitted to do. So by doing the regions, we were trying to approximate as best we could kind of a sense of how there might be some geographic variation.
Okay, well, let's talk. We are going to touch base on. Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
Sorry, can I just jump in? I want to share with folks that if you're looking at the, if what Judah just said is like, wait, I'm puzzled, I don't quite get it. I think on page 39 of the big, huge report, you'll see some information just where that's written, because I think some people in the department were just like, why the heck would you do central counties like that? And really, if we called out Chittenden County, because people might be like, why clump us with Chittenden County? It's skewing everything. They really had to do that based on the responses they got and also the federal guidelines around this. And that's one of the things that our department would never have known how to do. And they had to do that. After looking at the data to be sure that it didn't reveal. If different libraries responded, they might have done something different. They might have had to group into 2 groups or 4 groups or whatever it is. So based on who, and I think I'm good. When Judah says, I know I'm saying it right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to call that out because I think people will be in the library community might wonder about that. But this is why, for me, it was so important that we have this be a professional report by people who knew how to evaluate this and do the work, because with the department doing it with all the best intentions in the world, we might have violated the federal rules. And I didn't want that for the department, but I also didn't want that for the working group. So I just appreciate the expertise here and the explanation in the report. So thank you, Judah and Stephanie.
Yeah, and I'm glad you point that out, Kathy, because there is, you know, as I mentioned, like I lived in Cornwall, I worked in Middlebury, I worked in Shelburne, and Stephanie worked in Shelburne. If there's like the Chittenden County question, which we really cannot just isolate Chittenden County and be like, this is how it spells out vis-a-vis everyone else. Because you could, it's the same way we can't call out, you know, a half dozen libraries that are pretty significantly sized in Vermont. And say, well, what does it look like for, you know, Fletcher and Middlebury and Rutland and Bennington? Because we know they run a little bit differently. They don't even all fall in the same population band. They don't even fall in the same geography. And so to do kind of right by what we have to for the federal guidelines, we've approximated as best we could. And so what you see in the central county is a piece of that impact, but not isolated in a way that, you know, sort of steps over those boundaries. So yeah, thanks for highlighting, Kathy. I appreciate it.
Well, I think you're also looking at, in many cases, the way that 89, you know, really bisects the state, right? So, I mean, Addison, I know, is a little bit kind of right, but you have this kind of path that it has very or relatively easy access to 89, and then the kind of what falls on either side of that highway. So that geography is really playing a role there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so let's look at the benefits, and including, we looked a little bit, we had a question about municipal versus incorporated, and then we actually have lots of time for questions, and we can look at detailed pages in the report if that's helpful for people. So let me bring this back up. Okay.
I'm happy to take the lead here. I would say, like the humanist in me, the benefits analysis was really sad because the last bullet that's in a larger point, over half of Vermont library workforce has access to no benefits out of personal time off. So when we look in this kind of segment of libraries in Vermont, there are a lot of folks who they're like, you get to this portion, you're like, wow, they're not making enough. Library assistants 2% kind of make enough in the larger size municipalities to meet basic needs. It's not as if people who are making less are eligible and privileged in terms of like, well, benefits are compensating for a lower wage compensation. It doesn't look that way at all, actually. And so you have 45% of the workforce just doesn't have access to paid health benefits. It's nearly 1 out of 2 people. About 1 out of 3 people do have access to paid dental benefits. I didn't editorialize in the report, but many of us might know that dental benefits, even really good ones, I've done HR and operations in other spheres of my life. Like, dental benefits as a thing is pretty limited as a worker benefit, no matter where you work. They often cap out at a couple of $1,000s a year at best. It doesn't matter what kind of plan you can pay for as an employer or an employee. And so it's a really smaller scale benefit compared to health benefits. So there's greater access, but it's not a peer benefit to health benefits at all. And then 36% of Vermont library workers are enrolled in VMERS, the Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System. We did have one outlier library that's in a separate employment system that kind of mirrors. The name is escaping me in Vermont. There's another kind of municipal retirement kind of setup, but really 1 out of 3 people are in kind of what we think of as the pension system in the state. And then 10% are enrolled in a pre-tax savings plan in lieu of VMERS membership. And this language is really careful here because we have some libraries where a minority of libraries where people are better benefited. They're getting health, they're getting VMERS, they're also getting a pre-tax plan. And so what I wanted to point out and highlight here, and that's really a tiny, tiny segment, and I did not want to overinflate the fact that less than half of the state has some access to what pension looks like, whether it's a private 401k or 403b type plan, or VMERS. It's tiny, and the employer contributions to those plans are really modest at best. And so, and then the other benefit we asked separately, if you recall, and you don't have to, the survey was really long, we asked people about paid family leave because we know that there is FMLA legislation in many, many states, including Vermont, where people can get unpaid family leave or parental leave. There's kind of a suite of benefits there, and the benefit being you can leave your job and come back to the job. That's really the benefit. You're not getting paid. And so we were interested in looking at, well, do people have any paid family leave? Yep. And it's really 5% of the workforce are eligible for paid family leave. That there are and actually, I'm going to pause there. I'll put a pin in it there because there's another comment about that. I think we have in another slide. Yep. And then we have, thank you. We have 15% of folks who work in libraries are covered by some short or long-term disability insurance. So in terms of long-term disability, many, the majority, like 8 out of 10 library workers really revert to, if something goes wrong, you're looking at the Social Security Administration framework for how you would go on long-term disability and how that would be handled. The implication is that if somebody has short-term disability insurance, they're paying for it on their own. It's not provided by the library. It may be made accessible by the library, but they're paying for it on their own. So it's not, the accessibility might be great. We'll do this deduction for you and make payroll easier, but that is the extent of that benefit in that scenario. So there's a tiny portion of people where the employer is like, hey, we're going to pay for this for you. This is part of your total compensation package.
And I think when we look at this slide, you can see, since it's why we only have a few slides about benefits. So you say, oh, this is a whole section of the survey, but really there's just not a lot to report on because there's not a lot of benefits being offered. I think that's one of the takeaways, right? That's why we did kind of highlight that last bullet, that you're looking at over half of the workforce doesn't get anything aside from personal time off. And we did, here, I think what's important to remember is we think about these other programs that exist, but they often have, they only need to be applied with a minimum number of employees. So just, I think, really thinking about that, because 2% of Vermont public libraries have more than 10 staff members. Depending on how it is handled in a municipality and how the library and whether it's incorporated, that because the sizes of our libraries are so small, and because even as part of a municipality, which again, we did not report on the overall numbers of staff in a municipality, but you look at those small libraries, they're just not eligible for the protection under the state and federal plans. I think that's important to bring up.
So they're not even guaranteed coming back to their job if they take family leave. It's not an employer obligation.
And then I think the other part too that we wanted to highlight is, with the benefits, I think this was a challenging section for people to fill out. I think it's complex. It required really getting information from another source in many cases. And so one of the things that we wanted to highlight just in terms of the data that we collected is that everybody who responded to the survey is under obligation to pay into the state's unemployment trust fund. And there's a little more detail about that in the report. But when we asked this question, only about a third of the responding libraries indicated that they do. Almost half said they don't know, and 20% said that they don't. And so I think this is just a real opportunity for learning or teaching, right, to come out of the report in this complex area of benefits, because everybody should be. Everybody probably is, but how can we, as workers, also have more better understanding or more information about the benefits that are really available to us?
Susan O'Connell has her hand raised. Hey, Susan.
Yeah.
Hi, I was interested in that because I'm not sure why it is that I was not under the impression that everyone was obligated to pay into unemployment. My understanding was that any library with 3 employees or more was required to pay into unemployment. So I wanted to hear a bit more about why it is that the slides say that everyone is required.
That's what the state. That's what the state. That's what the state says on their website about unemployment, is that all Vermont employers, in effect, pay a portion of, that's where the Vermont, if you read the Vermont Department of Labor, that's honestly what I did. Because I'm like, let me understand how this works in Vermont, like refresh my memory that it is an employer obligation based on gross wages. So Steph, I'm leaning in because I need computer glasses in addition to my normal one.
So that Vermont employers who pay at least $1,500 in gross wages. So that's before anything. That's just the pay during any calendar quarter in the current or preceding year, regardless of the number of employees, are obligated to pay. So I suppose we could say, our volunteer libraries with no paid staff, but everybody who has paid staff is looking at meeting this requirement.
And for me, kind of, thanks, Kathy, page 45 for anybody who wanted to flip to that.
Yes, page 45.
And so I kind of step back and look at that and say, okay, kind of like, is the wages budget 6,000 or more in a given year? We're probably falling in some quarter of that year under an obligation of paying unemployment. And like Stephanie said, and we chatted with Kathy about this too, it's like, this is a great opportunity for education. It's like, okay, great. How does it work? What's the obligation? And the obligation may, depending on how your payroll is set up, be already met. If you're outsourcing to a payroll companies are looking at this. And my guess would be that many libraries are, if they're not doing payroll through the municipality, they're doing payroll through an automated payroll system, because it's one of the ways you would survive, by not doing manual payroll as yourself and doing the circ desk and going down the list of things. That the obligation, my guess would be, is being met, but also like a great point of being like, how does this work? What is the obligation?
I'm sure it's not being met in a number of small libraries, having worked in a number of small libraries. So that is definitely something to look into more and to communicate better. I wonder if there's been a recent change with that as well, because I know that that was not the case in 2020.
Interesting.
But things
Yeah.
may have updated recently, so we should.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you.
I would say there's probably, but this might be my like life experience in public libraries, an opportunity also about a little more education about VEMRs and how all of that works. We have solid enough data on that, but it's also another place where often in libraries of various sizes, there's just like a bit of a gap sometimes in understanding like what makes you eligible, how much do you have to make a year to be eligible for VEMRs or this or that. So it's like, hey, if you did a continuing ed program for people, it's like you could throw VEMRs and unemployment into a single session and in 40 minutes be like, this is how it works. Like kind of like drive through continuing ed or something like that.
Yeah, working group members take note of that for our recommendations section. That continuing education need seems important. I'm looking to see also just behind the scenes if I can find the exact spot in the code, and if I can, I'll pop it up. But thank you both. Again, things that the department would not have necessarily known despite being good researchers. This is great information and we appreciate it.
I'll sidebar because we like, and I saw some hands up. Part of the reason I did all this reading was to help simplify the number of questions we had to ask people about this. So it was like, if you pay into the uninsurance, how much do you pay? And I was like, wait, what's the obligation? Because then we can just sort of look at what's at the state instead of, I'm always looking in a survey to say, okay, is there a way to reduce the number, the kind of the workload we're asking somebody on the other side? Because we know this was big. It was a big lift for people who answered all those questions. So it was easier to say, okay, this is the code. Do you participate? If you participate, you're obligated to do it according to kind of these rules and regulations.
I appreciate that, Judah, because I wouldn't, the working group survey questions didn't include this kind of detail. And that's one thing that through conversation, as the chair, I had been appointed to kind of work with you all on this, and you were like, oh, blah, 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 this is what's going on during that conversation. And it was helpful for me as a newcomer to the state. I do want to share, I did find the exact wording and it's from 2019, so it's relatively new, but there's a document on the Department of Labor's site, employer responsibility for unemployment coverage, right on the front page, number 2. I put it all in the chat. So they're not making it up. I know it's a shock to folks, but there are some other things in the report that sort of there's something else that was a little interesting to note, and I wondered about it as a reader. I think and you may not have gotten to this yet in the presentation, but it's about benefits that incorporated in municipal libraries. On page 47 of the report, there's a chart that you
Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up.
Yeah, I was kind of like, wait, what? Like, and I wondered if we could talk about that chart a little bit, because we know that we hear from incorporated public libraries that they are really challenged. We got some great testimony, written testimony from, or written comments from the Plainfield Library trustees. And they were saying, if we pay the person more, then this happens and they aren't eligible for the state subsidized benefits. So if folks haven't seen that on the written comments page, please take a look at it. It's important, and it will be, I believe it's quoted in the draft chapter. But it was it was a little bit surprising to see that if 52% of the municipal library staff receive benefits, that means 48% don't. I had sort of thought a higher number of municipal library staff would get benefits. And I wonder, maybe is that connected? I just said this in a chat to Tom and Jeanette and one of them said back, I think it was Jeanette, well, a lot of the municipal library staff are part-time, so maybe that's why they're not receiving benefits. And I wonder if you can just talk about this a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, when I think it surprised me too, Kathy. I was like, wow, I would have thought when we did the incorporated municipal that we'd have just more people in the municipal bucket, like a bigger spread between municipal and incorporated. And I think it really tracks back to the very part-time existence of library workers, even in municipal libraries. So in all of these small libraries, there's no obligation to provide health benefits to that employee. And so, dental benefits is a whole different universe of eligibility. It's pretty easy actually to get employees dental benefits. But even then, the rates are really low as something you could provide employees as an employer that doesn't really cost you a lot in the scheme of things. It's vastly different in terms of an employer cost or even an employer subsidized. But it actually just surprised me too. But when I really reflect on it, it's really because there's so many part-timers. When we look at those libraries, if I skim back, I have my report open in another window, like to the kind of the number of hours libraries are open and the number of employees, like libraries under 6,000 or whatever that number is. It's 2 or 3 employees and it's barely 40 hours, which means nobody's really full time. So there may be no one who's eligible for benefits. It's surprising. It really is. And so, and I think, Kathy, the testimony you had referenced this is not in our report, that kind of dovetails to this is, then if is it still called, I'm going to date myself, is it still called Catamount, the health program? I know what we call it. I live in Massachusetts, we call it Mass Health, like the public health program. And there are sort of income requirements tied to that public health program and this and that. And so I suspect what they're talking about in Plainfield is how they navigate compensation for an employee to help that employee have affordable access to public health, which means keeping the compensation low enough that they can get health benefits, which actually then interferes with paying a basic needs wage. It's like this really crazy catch-22. Not crazy, it's a really unfortunate catch-22, right? And so, yeah, to me, I was just also surprised there wasn't a bigger spread. I would also point out, while we're on this chart, that incorporated libraries in Vermont, this is not every state, it goes state by state. Incorporated libraries in Vermont may not participate in VEMRs. In other states, they are allowed. They're considered a quasi-public entity. They can figure out eligibility for the state pension program. It is absolutely a recruitment and retention challenge for incorporated libraries, even for people who want to kind of move around in maybe a more populated area of the state. If it's not a municipal library, you might say, well, the thing I do get here is at least I know in 30 or 40 years, I'll get something of a pension. And it can really limit your choices. As a sidebar, remember, it's not a secret and it doesn't violate federal, like Rutland is a very large incorporated library. They're not in VEMRs. It's just a piece. So it's not just, and the reason I point them out, it's not just small incorporated libraries, any incorporated library, just not eligible. So that's why you see for those incorporated libraries that are ineligible, they're more apt to provide some of their pre-tax savings program in lieu of VEMRs. You don't have many municipal libraries that also provide pre-tax savings even when people aren't in VEMRs. So if we think about that, right, the percentages are not all that different. There's a huge gap for retirement even in the municipal libraries. Susan has her hand up.
Sorry, I'm questioning you guys all the time now, I guess.
It's all good.
Love it. Yeah.
I also am under the belief that an incorporated library that receives more than 50% of their funding from the town is eligible to participate in VEMRs. I've been telling my board this for years and encouraging them to ask for more in that town appropriation, because if we got 51%, we would be eligible to participate in VEMRs. And I'm trying to find that link to that information, and I haven't found it yet. But is anyone else aware of that, or is this something?
And we can check that rule.
I know I read it in a Department of Libraries newsletter back when Michael Roach was still at the Department of Library. So it's information from a long time ago. And so it may have changed.
Yeah.
So Anyway, there.
I have a note to
that's-
self.
yeah, that's-
I have a note to self. Yeah.
If I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, if you find it, Susan, let me know too. I'm also curious, Judy, you shared that you just were saying that there are some states where incorporated public libraries are able to participate more easily, maybe without a 51% of their budget coming from the municipality. I'm wondering, do you know off the
New
top of your head
Jersey.
any of those
New
states?
Jersey. New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
Where we
so
both
like,
used to
I
work
have
and
no
be in-
problem with sharing when I moved my Vermont pension to New Jersey, and I was trying to get like vested in a pension system years ago when I went back to New Jersey, in part because of the wages in Vermont. So when I say it's near and dear, it's like I didn't necessarily want to leave. I actually, New Jersey allowed me credit for years in incorporated libraries in Vermont, even when the Vermont incorporated library, I was like, wow, this is great. And so it worked, but yeah, New Jersey. And I just know from, I worked, Kathy and Stephanie know this for everybody else. I worked in a 77 member library cooperative that covered towns from like the size of 3,000 to the size of 100,000. And there were a number of small towns that were still incorporated libraries and who were in the pension system because it's permitted. Yeah.
I think it's good to have an example because then we can potentially point to the example when we're communicating in the staffing section of the report if we're looking at recommendations. And a lot of times with the recommendations, the working group had such a big charge that a lot of the recommendations aren't going to be specific, enact this legislation. It would be more, think about this type of thing and look at this other existing legislation in another state and see if it would apply here, because we're not legislative experts. And, we're really just trying to highlight for the legislature areas where other states might do something that's of interest to us.
Yep. And I know in New Jersey, as an example, like that lives in all of the regulations that are promulgated in connection with transferring and buying back pension credit. It's so buried, but it's there. It's and it exists for people, and it exists in part because incorporated libraries got into the pension system to kind of their ability then to recruit people to come and go. In Vermont, you might move around because there's so little participation in the pension system overall, so it's not a loss. By contrast, in a state where you have so many libraries that participate in a pension system, to be a kind of an outlier means it would also kind of in a very different landscape. You're like, wow, I can't get somebody to work here because everybody's in this pension system, and it's an employee expectation, irrespective of wages. It's just part of what people are expecting.
So the municipal versus incorporated was our last slide. We wanted to make sure to save plenty of time for questions, and especially if people had a chance to look, at more the report and had questions about some of the detail. We really wanted to make sure to share the things that stood out to us as we were really looking through the data and looking through the report. And I think notably as two people who left the state because of the pay, so that's an additional lens I think that we could bring to what we were really looking at. So we're happy. I can, if people are saying, oh, on page such and such, I'm happy to bring up that page from the report and we can look at it. We're really here to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you. Typically in our working group, what we have done is to limit direct interaction with the presenters to the working group. Because this is the only report on this very important topic to the community, I would like to first take questions from the working group and then open it up to, if we still have time, open it up to members of the community who are here. So I'm going to first ask if there are any questions right now from members of our working group. Meg Allison.
Hi, thank you. I'm just curious, was there a question on the survey around how many library workers were in a union?
No.
We did not.
I
ask
paused
that,
for a
no.
second. I was like, make sure. Yeah, no.
Okay, great, thanks.
Sure.
Meg, there's not, for public libraries, there's not a union that folks join around the state of Vermont like there is for school teachers. So there may be unionized libraries in Vermont, but they are that are public libraries. But my impression is that those are few.
Yeah, I just happen to have worked at one of those few, the Kellogg Hubbard Library in Montpelier. So when you look at Central Vermont wages and benefits, that might explain, you know, an outlier like the Kellogg Hubbard, which is also a larger library, is unionized. And I agree, it's not through it was like the Electrical Workers of America. It was some other union.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, so-
AFSCME, CWA,
Yeah.
Communication Workers of America. Yep, yep.
Stowe staff, I assume is still unionized. They're certainly unionized when I was there, and it was with other municipal workers. You know, so a non-library related union. Like
I'm
Vice
hearing
Brownell.
from one of the folks in the department that they believe that Rutland Public Library, that the workers are unionized.
They are unionized. Yeah. Yeah.
But that wasn't a question of the survey.
No, no. And then, I mean, if you wanted to go down that path to see, like, you know, as somebody wanting to take on some other initiative or project, I would encourage also parsing out what positions in those unions are eligible for unionization. For example, in Rutland, the library director position and the assistant director position and the head of circulation position are not, I mean, unless it's changed drastically, are not union positions. So you've got, you know, one of the really common positions, the director position, is out of union. In Middlebury, it was unionized, and the librarians were actually not in the union in Middlebury, right along with the library director. And so you might, like, if you're really, because I'm geeky and I like to get the data right, it's like it would be a bigger project because to really drill down and look at individual positions and see which ones were eligible or ineligible.
Yeah.
I want to call on Andy Kolovos, who shared something in the chat that he has knowledge of from being a trustee at the Brownell Library.
Hi. Yeah, no, just that the Brownell library staff in Essex Junction are organized through the municipal union.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andy. Okay. Are there other members of the working group who had specific questions? And this is a good time to ask those questions while Stephanie and Judah are here with us. Asking me the question during the discussion after this will not yield as good of a result, working group members, because
I am taking notes. There's a chat going on. Thank you. I'm copying the statute reference because about the eligibility requirements. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
can't
Susan
talk and do that
O'Connell.
searching at the same time, but thank you.
I know.
I
It's
was
like
good for you.
bonus librarian points for Susan.
Yeah,
I know.
Susan, can you come on and share that audibly for folks who can't read it themselves, who may be in the call, just as an accessibility point? It would be great to share what you shared audibly.
Sure. If I can find it again now. I also forwarded that old newsletter to Judah and to Kathy.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
So eligibility of public libraries and library employees are set in statute 24 VSA 5051. Take note, the library, including incorporated libraries, must receive at least 1/2 of its operating expenses from local municipal funds, and the employees must be scheduled to work at least 1,040 hours during the course of the year. This is characterized as scheduled to work at least 24 hours a week. It's the library that joins, not individual employees. You want me to keep going here, or is that?
You can, but I'm like, oh, okay, I can revise that slide. I really appreciate that. And it will be revised with a lot of nuance now because it's complicated and it may look more like a footnote where, because these eligibility requirements effectively make the tiniest libraries ineligible. Because there's, you know, and so, and then there's a piece of municipal operations where for many of these towns, we know there's nobody in the pension system because the municipality is running on effectively a shoestring financially. So yeah, thank you for that because you made it easier.
Yeah. Kathy, I wonder,
but
do you want us
also
to, go ahead, Susan.
Also, that was 2016. VEMRs may have changed. It may be
Yeah,
that
yeah.
incorporated libraries are ineligible in 2023.
Yeah, I'll take a look at, like, I appreciate that, and I'll use it as a starting point, because like many states, they, you know how they always add these like next tier, next tier, next tier, and what it means. And it's never a tier that involves a deepening of enfranchisement in retirement. It's a lessening usually, and a more constrained and restrictive sort of pipeline of who's eligible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Kathy, I wonder if you would like, when we do some research, I'm wondering if that chart, it feels like a little asterisk to a footnote, right? That basically says it's complicated and maybe lists these requirements. Feels like maybe the
Yes.
best way to handle it if it's still accurate.
Yeah, I think that that would be really helpful, because
Okay.
the way that this report will live in I think that the working group will be including it as a full PDF within its sort of as an appendix, or even as just a piece of the staffing chapter. So having that information would really be beneficial, I think, because my sense, if I'm being brutally honest, is that legislators are unlikely to read the entire gigantic thing that we plunk in front of them. But this section may be something that they would look at more carefully. That local, and I think also that trustees and that library directors will be looking at very carefully, and the professional organizations. So I think anything that we've talked about here that you would like to incorporate into the report, we could consider that post working group meeting report the final version of it. I think that that would be really helpful, because then we don't have to be using stuff from the chat in writing the report. That like I'm pinging Tom and Jeanette and being like, add this to the structures chapter, but that's, or add it to the staffing chapter. But it's kind of, I think it will be easiest to have this in one place, because this document could also have a life outside the working group report. So I think this is just a good way to provide access to that for people.
Perfect. Yep. So we'll do some checking and adjust.
And I'm hearing, maybe I could call on our library operations consultant, Kevin Unrath, because I think Kevin, we've got some awesome consultants, and I want to just say, while we're talking, they're looking stuff up behind the scenes. Kevin, can you come on and share what you just shared with Jeanette and then I just saw?
Sure. Yeah, it is still in the statute. I just looked it up in the Vermont.
Oh, wait, you just cut out.
He'll come back.
I think he muted himself by mistake.
Oh.
Yes, it's still in the statute, and I just checked the online Vermont statute, so that same language is still there, so it does still seem to be active.
Super.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you
Kevin.
for that.
Yeah. They're on it. They are on it.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Are there other things that folks in the working group members want to ask of our survey consultants now? If not, I'm going to ask Margaret from Charlotte, who's been patiently waiting with her hand up. Like by now, I would have been jumping out of my chair, Margaret. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to be sure we got all of the questions from the working group, and people in the working group, you can ask questions that evolve after Margaret's question. But I'm going to call on Margaret now. Thank you for your patience, Margaret.
No problem. And thanks. Actually, that was all very helpful information. We're heading into budget season, and I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is the right group to ask this question, but I'm going to throw it out there. What's the best way to use this information in advocating for our library budget? Because, and you know, speaking as a library, we are fortunate to get health benefits. We have a pretty robust staff. And I'm a little worried they're going to look at this and say, well, the average library, we should just cut everything because you guys don't need anything. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but
no, you're not being paranoid. And I want to just highlight, we talked about this in the working group way back in like November, December. And I'm just going to like point to the elephant in the room. One reason that the department did not issue its findings of a prior bunch of data that we collected is that we did not have the skill to do so without violating federal regulations. Those federal guidelines, my understanding is that the federal guidelines were a direct result of some things that happened in hospitals in Connecticut, where employers used salary survey to depress wages.
Yeah.
And the working group and the department have heard that everybody wanted this survey. Our goal with the survey is to benchmark where we are without comment, really.
Yep.
And the community was clamoring for this. There is a risk of publishing this kind of data, and many people shy away from this. And I think everybody has the intention that, oh, it will be published, and then everybody's, all the boats will rise. And it's like, yeah, not necessarily. And that is a danger with this kind of survey. We heard from the community that it was necessary, and the working group ultimately decided to engage consultants and professionals to do this work. I sincerely hope that the trustees, and I think this is true, I think we can trust the trustees to maintain the levels that they have. And I think just a thought is that as a library director, retention of staff is vitally important to the operations of your library. And that might be an effective strategy for talking about things. Like, we have heard in the working group that there are a lot of vacant positions in the state, that people have trouble filling positions. Working group members themselves have shared that. I think Kelly McCagg had shared that at some points about how tough it is to retain staff and how many vacancies folks had. And how people kind of bopped from place to place to place. And I think noting what others aren't offering and offering those things might be something that trustees do to retain staff. I don't know if that is like a perfect answer for you, Margaret, but it's a thought.
No, that's helpful. And, I think in my dreams, all libraries, you're right, all the boats will be lifted, and even the smallest libraries, because I think, and I appreciated Judah and Stephanie, you speaking to that those might be in places where the need is, people need wireless access, because Vermont being what it is, there isn't great wireless, so it's just too bad that there's that disparity. And I guess maybe in the bigger picture, to have some library, here's what you can do with just a little bit more funding, and to show that, and maybe there's a way with this data that you've put together. So thanks so much for all the work you put into this. It's very helpful, and I know my trustees are on board with maintaining our levels, but that's helpful language, so appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, and I think, as someone who's not tied to the Department of Libraries or the working group, I think looking at some of those points, for me, I would say looking at those points that we brought out in the slide deck, which is available, as a PDF, and you can certainly share that with your own boards. I think looking at some of those things that are called out, so looking at the pay for your library assistants, the full-time versus part-time for your library assistants, access to benefits for your library assistants, and the pay for any position getting to that, at least that level, that basic wage. Those feel like real advocacy points, and are in part, I think why we are calling them out as opportunities for people.
I also think in terms of talking about some of these numbers, talking about things like a basic needs wage as a floor, not a ceiling, because it is basic. It is, you know, and most, I would hope that the good nature of people, this is not obviously like, I've been around the block, but it's like you would want for people to have more than the most basic wage to meet the most basic needs.
Right.
Because that actually doesn't really even provide you a safety net for saving, which is, you know, we know probably many of us, like half the country has $500 or $1,000 in the bank. That's their emergency fund, because of, you know, places in the universe that look like Vermont where it's very hard to you know, make it work. And it's what do you aspire for the people who are running the public institution in your community? That's probably in many cases the only public space in the community.
And I just one other quick thing too, the fact that, you know, a living wage, that I love that idea that that's the floor and not the ceiling, because a lot of people I think would think of that as the ceiling, sadly. But also, depending on where you live, you know, to live and work in one town, what that might take in one place is very different than another place. So across the board, this might be the living wage in Vermont, but rent an apartment one place as opposed to another could make a big difference.
100%. It's where you could, I know Addison County pretty well, but you could look at the rest of the basic needs information for the state of Vermont for places in Chittenden County, which count as like what we would call urban in Vermont, but nowhere else in the universe would you call urban. But it really because it is more expensive, and we know that. You know, everybody in this room knows it's more expensive to rent around there. So, so the gap is even greater. We went with the rural because it applies to the you know, the entire state, you know, in many ways. Instead of having all of these if-thens, because at the end, even with this data, you want a report that people kind of like really kind of, you know, needle through and say, okay, I see how this is connected. I don't have to say, well, I'm here urban, I'm not here there in this population band. You know, there's a point at which you want granularity, but also simplification and accessibility. And we tried to hit that sweet spot with the rural statistic there.
So if a library director were thinking about it in terms of their own community, that rural data may not apply in some areas, as well as your local community's livable wage.
Yep. If you're in one of those places that qualify as urban or urban rural, I think it's called, yeah, it's the gap will be even greater.
Yeah. I'd like to call on Mary Danko, who's with us this morning from Fletcher Free Library.
Oh, sorry.
Mary.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Sorry. Thank you so much. This is awesome. I just wanted to bring something up, and wasn't something that you folks were supposed to cover, but I think it sometimes is part of the story or something to think about. Some of us librarians, even in our own towns, see other positions that pay more and don't require, there are other department head positions in our town. They don't require did you hear that?
You're back now.
Okay, sorry. And sometimes it's, you know, it doesn't seem sometimes unreasonable to consider that gender or assumptions about gender in these positions come into play, and that's why there's sometimes a lack of parity. Again, something that you guys weren't supposed to cover, but it is something I think that we think about ourselves.
Oh, I think everybody else
We all
is
got
muted.
Well, I think, Mary, that piece too, I think we see it, why it's so important when you're doing compensation studies within a single organization to determine whether you're doing an internal or an external piece, right? And I can imagine for you, this was certainly the case where I was in Oregon in Hillsborough, where when the compensation study was done with the library workers and my peers, you know, in peer cities, my position and my staff were very well paid, but that in comparison to other libraries, but that when compared internally to my own structure within the city, that libraries by far were the least paid, and in particular, the comparison to Parks and Rec, so that you would have a traditionally female position, a supervisory level in a library, in my case was 2 to 3 pay grades lower than a position with the same the same job duties in a more typically male filled Parks and Rec supervisory position. So I think that internal versus external question is really important. And I think often in larger municipalities, you see those real gaps, those internal gaps.
Yeah. Judah, you got muted. So I don't know if somebody muted.
100%.
I just want to call attention to something in the chat. Meg, Allison, do you want to just unmute and share what you shared?
I would love to, because Mary, I mean, it's exactly what I was thinking about in this conversation, is this, the trend of the feminization of library work and the stagnation of the wages and the predominance or preponderance of low wage labor for employees that require a master's degree, in addition to, the reliance on volunteers. And, in Vermont, our Parks and Rec could be the equivalent of looking at a town's, road maintenance crew, for example, which I would guess would be gendered heavily towards the male-bodied workers, and urge towns to take a look at the average wages between those two sets of employees.
And
I
yeah,
I happen to be, in my role on the ALA executive board, one of the groups that I am the liaison to is the Committee on the Status of Women in Librarianship. And so I encourage you, Meg and Mary, to pay attention. When I went to their last meeting, they're talking about this very issue and doing some advocacy and some awareness and kind of, informal information collecting around exactly what you're talking about. So I think knowing that conversation, I mean, no surprise that conversation is happening elsewhere, but I think particular paying attention to that committee could be useful.
And also, I would just add the accessibility to overtime for some of these other departments too, which then are tradition. Yeah, you guys know. Can I ask a follow-up about you bringing up this federal limitations that had to do with bargaining, and you said hospitals in Connecticut, but libraries as government entities are subject to Freedom of Information Act requests, right? So somebody could dig in and get data by position and by range, correct?
Not incorporated libraries.
We'd have to redact enough identifying data points so that the individual positions in the individual libraries could not be identified. So it's one of those FOIAs that's like, wow, there's a lot of crossing out that would have to be done. And then it's one of these, like, I groan as a person who's dealt with FOIA. It's like, not because I don't want to share, but because it's a huge lift then, and it's a legal lift to then, you have to go back to legal and be like, okay, what do I have to redact in what ways to make sure that I'm complying with the federal regulation?
And that's because you're compiling it as part of a survey, right? Because an individual could come to Burlington and say,
can I respond to
Go
that?
ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
So and this we get into in the structures and organizations, and I think I touched on it in a presentation that I gave to the working group in that topic. There's a little bit of a misconception, I think, about incorporated public libraries. They are different from municipal public libraries. Municipal public libraries my understanding is that a municipal public library would be, an individual municipal public library would be subject to like a FOIA request, an information request such as that. An incorporated public library, while it performs the same function as a municipal public library, is not a public, it's not a public entity in the same way, and is not subject to that by law. The same applies for open meeting law. While the department has traditionally encouraged public libraries to make their meetings open, even incorporated ones, to make their meetings open and to post their agendas and minutes, they're actually not required to any more than another nonprofit entity is required to by law. And because all of the guidelines, the minimum guidelines are opt-in. They're not required to by the department for any reason. So those 1986 guidelines are, it's suggested, it's not required to get anything. So the municipal public libraries would, I believe, be required to respond to a Freedom of Information Act or a public records request is how we often call it. And FOIA, for those who are like, what the heck is FOIA? It's Freedom of Information Act. But in Vermont, we've got the public records request, and we would have to give that. This big data set would be a bear to deal with, and probably what you'd get is the same data that Judah and Stephanie have already presented.
Yeah.
If it was something shareable, they shared it, and they shared it with the granularity that they could. And what would end up happening if there were an overall request for this data is that it would take hours and hours and hours of staff time in the department. We did have a request for data from a different survey last year, and we had to redact almost everything and work with legal on that. And we would just hope that the community knows that what they could share, they shared, and they shared it at the level, and they grouped counties the way they grouped them for very specific reasons. And you might not get much else out of this by doing a FOIA request of the department. You would probably get much of the same stuff that you're already seeing. But I do want to,
just want to clarify.
Yeah.
I wasn't
asking
wasn't
for
saying,
that.
Yeah,
No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it like it preemptively, Mary, not at your question. I just am like, whoa,
Yeah.
let's like, just please wait till after we get, if anybody out there is listening, like at least wait till after the capital grants are out before the FOIA requests come in on this one, because I might die. Like there's only so much of us.
I think a lot of us know. I think a lot of us know that. I mean, if we've worked in municipal or town government, we've dealt with that. But I do think it's. I mean, because we have that bar at a municipal level or a town level, we would just we can share that information. Somebody wouldn't. I mean, they could do a Freedom of Information Act request, but like our Ask Me contract is on our website. It's there. So we have a level of transparency about that stuff anyways. If trustees wanted to find out what other municipal libraries or city libraries or town libraries are doing, definitely like incorporated is a whole different ball of wax, but that's still, that's still out there. But I would never do it for a huge thing like this, but that makes sense. It's because you folded in the incorporated libraries.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in those cases where the information, I was really, I'm really grateful, Judah and Stephanie, that you in the report have incorporated, or have included, I should say, why certain data is presented in the fashion it's presented in, because I think people reading it who don't come to the meeting today will be like, well, why couldn't you have, and really just kind of, for anybody who's hearing that from any colleagues, please feel empowered to just share with them. They did it at this level and point to that language. I do want to share, I'm seeing a lot of questions in the chat about gender. And I do think the working group really mindfully decided not to make this about individuals in individual positions right now. The working group didn't think about the future. Like, what would they need to replace you? Like millions of dollars. They would need millions of dollars and all the skills in the world to replace a library director in these libraries throughout the state. We know you're priceless. And so it's really we didn't go with the hypothetical and we didn't go with the personal. We went with, what is your position posted for? So it would need to be a completely different study that would look at gender and pay in libraries. So bearing that in mind, I do want to share, as a member of the working group, I do think that I have been in my lifetime underpaid based on my gender. I think I've been lowballed. I'm not talking about my current position. I'm saying in my life, I've been lowballed. I've had people say things to me like, well, this guy has a family. That is completely ridiculous. Not just based on gender, but based on if I'm a parent or not. There are a lot of factors. We work in libraries in a field that is traditionally, if those of us who sat through that intro to libraries class way back when, it's this is a traditional field for women, like nursing and like school teaching.
Yeah.
And I hope, Stephanie, if I can, as a human, share with you what I would love this this group that you're a part of to look at. I'd love to know in this historically female profession, how many public library directors are men versus how many overall staff are men. I find it a little bit strange that there are so many men at the helm of large organizations and public libraries. If 90% or whatever, I don't know what the percentages are. I'm just looking around and I see quite a lot of women with quite a lot of people who would identify, I think, as cisgender males at the helm. And I also hope that any kind of work that's being done in that space is considering people who are not just on the binary of male and
Totally.
female, and how that plays out. It would be interesting to know in communities around this country and in states in Vermont, what that gender looks like. And I feel like I need to say that as a human, that, when we look at, well, will the men in the field make us get more money? Like, no, it'll make the men get more money.
Yeah, it hasn't worked.
It hasn't been
So,
working. I don't think it's been
yeah.
working. Like, I'm not sure that's been working for the people who present as women, like me, and the people who are women in general. Like, I think that there's something going on there where like cisgender males may be getting higher wages in the profession, and people may be willing to bring them in at a higher rate of pay.
Well, and so I did put in the chat, ALA is generally reported about a quarter of the workforce is male, male presenting, and about 35% of the directors are male. I have a feeling if you looked at that by population band, like we did, you would see a vast difference in representation and smaller than larger. So I don't have it hand. I have a feeling, just my guess, when you look at above 100,000, or more population, you're going to tend to see a much greater discrepancy. And I think to this piece, when you really think about the history of librarianship, and you think about, in particular, Melville Dewey and the work that he did, and that it's very well documented that he very purposefully put women in librarian positions because they could be paid less. So you have, systemic, suppression of wages, over the course of 150 years now. When you bring in a profession at a very low pay and staff it with women so that you can pay them lower, if that continues, even at a minimal level, over the course of 150 years, then you're looking at, repressed wages, even as you're trying to change at a higher level. And I do think that piece about really looking at gender, because I think some of the things that we brought up here, right, really being tied to basic living needs, the role that if you have a two earner household, the importance of benefits, a lot of those I think are really tied to some gender specific roles, it's a whole nother piece that we didn't touch in this survey.
Yeah, and I appreciate all the pieces you did touch in the survey, and that element it would really be a different survey. Lily Talbert, who has been working for the state for some time and is in our department now, but used to work for the Vermont Commission on Women, suggested in the chat that maybe that group could be looking at gender and leadership data in our field in Vermont in the future. That's certainly a possibility. I think that it would be really interesting, Stephanie, I don't feel super familiar with the ALA group to which you belong, and I'm wondering if you can share the name of that again, and I'll poke around there to see if I can gather any more data that we could potentially point to in the report, just briefly, so that the staffing chapter acknowledges that this work is going on out there, at least, even if it's in progress.
Yeah, so the Committee on the Status of Women in Librarianship has done some work, and then ALA APA, so the library worker focused arm of ALA, that's the group who has done some salary surveying in the past. I'm not familiar with how in depth they go necessarily, but that's a great place to start too.
Yeah, because this is a gender-based equity issue and needs to be considered in that, through that lens.
Mm.
Thank you. I'm looking at the agenda.
I feel bad. I have to go.
It's okay. No. I was going to say, Judah and Stephanie,
I have somebody else waiting.
No. We appreciate your time with us, and we know you're only scheduled to be here for this time. So we thank you. You're welcome to stay, but this is your time with us. Sadly, has ended. I want to thank you so much for what you've done and let you get on to your next thing quickly. So I really appreciate your help.
Thank you all. This has been really, really amazing. And I know this is designedly not an advocacy tool, but I also see the implications for advocacy on a personal level that I think people will take this and use this as a tool to think about how to, move things forward and move things ahead. So thanks, everyone. Sorry to run.
No worries.
Take care. We'll talk soon, Kathy.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And then,
Bye.
so Kathy, we have that note about, I'll let Judah, you can go. Kathy, we have that note about the VEMRs and we'll edit that page to kind of put a little bit of that nuance in there. And then certainly as other questions come up, please just let us know so we can, that this tool, when it really is on the website, can be useful. So if there are things that need to be clarified, little tweaks like that, please let us know so we can make sure it's really workable for you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate and I've enjoyed working with you, and I think I can speak for the working group. I'm seeing people saying thank you in the chat on behalf of the working group and the Vermont Public Library community. And I think it helps everybody to know this is what's going on, even our school and academic libraries. I really appreciate the time you've dedicated to this work and what a thorough and detailed report you've given us. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for letting us come back and spend some time with the libraries of our heart. So enjoy the rest of your meeting and thank you so much for the opportunity to do the work.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All right, bye.
Have a great weekend. So working group members, I would love it if I could see some of your faces so we can talk about recommendations for staffing and salaries. At our last meeting, we had, let me see if we had any staffing. We had sort of just skipped staffing and salaries. No, we hadn't. We did a little bit of it. So far, I'll put in the chat what we were looking at. So far we had talked about examine solutions to address inequities in library services that have evolved due to varied revenue levels and communities to support their public libraries. Evaluating the school library staffing levels and enforce minimum education quality standards related to school librarians and school libraries. But we had really held off on this. I don't think we actually even discussed it much. So at this point, I'm wondering what folks are thinking about what we could recommend. I'm looking too at the draft report that Maria had shared to see, did we capture? Do you have any specific recommendations? It's a little tough because the legislature doesn't control local library budgets. Kelly.
Could we, oh, sorry, my camera goes off. If I sit still for too long, it goes off. Which is funny because I don't normally sit still. Is there some way that we could tie this in to a tiered standards system to where we say, sorry, my thoughts are kind of jostled this morning, to where we have a tiered standard system that, based on the size of the population served. And, we wouldn't just automatically go in and say, you have to increase your budget to such and such a thing to pay your employees a livable wage, but where, maybe they had like a 5 years plan, to where they could slowly build their budget up. But, obviously the larger libraries would be expected, to offer more benefits. And, what I mean, that could all be tied into the standards where, the library has to, if you're serving a population of, 12,000 or more, your full-time employees have to be offered benefits, in the following areas or something like that.
Thoughts on that, folks?
I guess yeah, I'm to go along with that, Kelly. I'm just not sure. Like if we could even recommend something that, library employees at public libraries in Vermont could have access to, like, the Vermont State Employees Health Insurance benefits. Is that the sort of recommendation that's within our power to make, Kathy?
I think we could, some of the things we've said already are examine solutions. So we could recommend to the legislature that they examine inclusion of all public library workers in the FEPRS system.
Yeah, that would be great. And then at a prorated system, that would cover then part-time employees at different
And then,
libraries.
so maybe it's also like include, like, I may have gotten confused, but the VPERS is the retirement, and then,
retirement would be great. I was thinking
you were talking about
initially,
benefits.
right, or health insurance specifically, because I think it might be hard to, I mean, that just is access to a system, right, that employees pay into. But that the state, I don't know, might be able to, I don't know how that works. But I mean, I just think
Yeah.
having access to those benefits as an option through the state, because the state provides it for state employees. So perhaps public libraries could fall under that umbrella.
It's an interesting thing because I'm not sure if it's necessarily a thing that the legislature can do.
Yeah, I agree. It might just be a thought that I'm having.
Yeah, one thought that I'm wondering, with municipal employees, I believe that a lot of them would be able to potentially, somebody help me, because I'm new here in this state, but VLCT does some cooperative buying, right? For Vermont League of Cities and Towns. Do some cities and towns do benefits cooperatively?
I think most municipalities get their health insurance benefits through VLCT.
Okay. So there's no parallel organization for the incorporated public library staff. There's no parallel nonprofit. So there's Vermont Common Good, but there's not a benefits through them. So this could be a thing that is a recommendation, not to the legislature, but to an organization like Vermont Common Good, to have benefits for all nonprofits available that they could buy at access at a discounted rate. I'm going to call on Christopher because he knows a lot about nonprofits, and maybe he can weigh in on what I just said. And also, and Christopher, I may be misgendering you. Is
You're
he
good.
okay? Okay.
All of that works.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see. I sort of know a lot about some of these things. VAMPO is the predecessor to Common Good Vermont. Some people might remember it, the Vermont Association of Nonprofit Organizations. And it did at one point in time negotiate common benefit rates that any nonprofit who is a member of VAMPO could sign on to. VAMPO went out of business quite a number of years ago, and Common Good Vermont sprang up a few years later as the successor organization, but it wasn't able to reboot that benefits piece. And it included also access to like short-term disability and long-term disability and other things as well. The reason why I raised my hand was because I was wondering if we could kind of zoom out a little bit. And I don't know if it's our role as a working group, it might be. But could we suggest to the legislature that they return to the broader goal, which they have worked on before, of decoupling healthcare from employment and making sure that all Vermonters had access to healthcare regardless of their employment status? And I know that's a big ask, but it's, you know, the Healthcare as a Human Rights campaign went pretty far. And I'm sure there are lots of allies out there that are continuing to push for this notion of decoupling healthcare from employment status. And if we're willing to take a leap into a bigger picture recommendation, I would support that.
Jeanette, do you have a comment on what Christopher just shared, or do you have a different topic?
Well, I want to say yes, Christopher. I totally support what you just said. But a different topic.
Okay, can you hold the different topic for a second? Because I was going to respond to Christopher's suggestion.
Yes.
So we could do a possible recommendation could be that we examine providing all Vermonters with access to healthcare regardless of their employment status. I would add or salary, because what we've heard is that the thing that's limiting people is that if they get paid a little bit more, that then they lose access to the benefits. That maybe they could raise the, you know, if the legislature is not able, I think part of the issue is that the legislature probably can't afford everybody getting healthcare benefits, but that the library workers also can't afford, the boards can't afford to pay benefits and also can't afford, and the library workers need more money so that they can have the minimum cost of living, but then they can't be eligible for the discounted benefits. This, am I?
Yeah, I think that's all true, and the reality is that's true for, you know, hundreds of thousands of low-wage workers in Vermont that maybe are making too much to get a subsidized health plan on Obamacare, but not enough to actually, you know, have a living wage and save for the future and take care of their children. And so that conversation of an expanded, dare I say it, single payer healthcare plan that potentially takes the insurance companies out of the picture is something that we might want to consider. Now, there's lots of different ways to get there, but acknowledging that this population of workers exists in that zone where it's very hard to get healthcare coverage without a pretty radical change in the system is important, right? 32 out of 33 developed nations have single payer healthcare, but we do not.
What do other folks think? Oh, Jeanette, you had your other comment.
Oh, yeah. I hope that our school librarians might chime in on this, because I, for one, do not really understand how education taxes work in Vermont. But it's my understanding that the education taxes have been worked out to equalize funding for schools across the state. If that's correct understanding, then perhaps there could be equivalent legislation that would equalize library services across the state by moving some funding from better funded areas into lower funded areas. And in our case, our smallest libraries offer significantly lower hours and services than our bigger areas, which means that there's unequal services for Vermonters across the state, and it's somehow to equalize that funding.
Okay, Meg.
Well, as a school librarian, I can't speak to the whole morass of equalized funding for schools, which we know is politically and publicly can be very contentious. But schools do get lots of federal dollars as well, and I don't know how that muddies the water. Our public libraries, I suppose if they're funneled through, I don't know, Kat, that's a question for you, Kathy. Is there federal dollars coming in to support the Vermont public library system? But we do have public dollars, federal dollars supporting our schools as well.
The Institute of Museum and Library Services Act, Institute of Museum and Library Services doesn't give at nearly as much as the federal funds for education that the state receives. So we do receive some money, but it's nothing near the education dollars, is my impression. I do have a concern with putting anything about doing something similar to what was done in the early aughts in the state with education into our report, because how do I say this gently? We have observed an enormous disparity in the quality of services, but we've also observed an enormous disparity in the functionality of the governance structures of individual libraries, the amount of support from towns. I think, if suddenly we took from the libraries that are actually meeting the grade and redistributed to those who aren't, we'd have all of the libraries not meeting the grade. I don't know that when you have this insufficient money that the way to fix it is to redistribute it. I'm not sure that would work. And I had just moved out of state when those changes were made, and I'm not familiar enough with them. I know it was like a cool sounding idea, but I think it did have some significant impacts. And it did then lead down the road to what we saw next, which is saying this school closes and that school stays open. I think it's a dangerous path that we don't have enough information to do right now. That's my sense. Well, I can see that some of this seems to point that way. I have a big concern that our analysis and our data is not focused in that area. We're benchmarking. We're not spending 3 years digging into that. And I'm also concerned that I'm not the person to dig into that or lead a work group on digging into that. That's more of like a statewide economist. Like I don't know how that would be right now, after all this that we've done for this period of time. I'm just not sure about it. Susan? Oh, Susan, we can't hear you. For some reason, the microphones are muted in weird ways.
Apologies. I would agree with you. I think it's a really fascinating idea, but I think without it being part of a larger structure, an organization to facilitate that, I don't think that's something that we could make a recommendation for at this point. It does beg the question of, should there be larger structures, and should those structures be looking at cost-effective ways to meet services more equally? But in terms of keeping all of our own little small libraries and just redistributing it, I can't see how it would do anything more than make everyone resent libraries.
Karen.
Yeah, I just wanted to from the school perspective, sort of re-equalization thing really disincentivizes districts who were spending good amounts of money and getting good results from it, because taxpayers are very irritated when their money goes to other people. It's just, so I'm thinking about public library spending. I don't want to buy books for some other community. I want to buy books for my own community and programming for my own community. So.
Jeanette.
Okay, just to clarify, I think I said it wrong. I'm not suggesting that local municipal money be moved from one town to another, but perhaps some sort of statewide basic allocation to every library of state funds.
So you're suggesting state aid to address
yeah.
the staffing issue?
Oh, yeah.
And where do you propose the state aid funding comes from, if not the local Vermonters?
It would indeed come from the same bucket, but not through municipal funds. Whether that's somehow tied to income taxes.
Does anybody have any reactions or thoughts on that? Christopher?
Sure. I think it is totally appropriate to put out what we need and potential solutions, and also to be realistic about the chances of success in the current administration and legislature. I guess the other thing that I think is maybe a parenthetical to that is, how would a request like that be received by our allies working in other fields who also need state funding, when the legislative experience is often one of a zero-sum game where you're taking from one thing to give to another? And where would we fall in that if we were to ask for a really significant increase in funding for the system as a whole? How would that be viewed in relation to the Agency of Human Services and Commerce and Community Development and everybody else's requests? Now, obviously, the Department of Libraries is really small compared to those other agencies, especially AHS and transportation. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say we really need a lot more funding to support a robust library system. But we would want to be politically aware of how that would be received by the legislature if we said that, and then put a number on it that's way bigger than any number they've ever considered before.
Thanks, Christopher. I saw another hand, maybe Karen? Jeanette, I see your hand. I just want to get more voices in the conversation.
Sure.
Okay, Jeanette.
Well, in kind of following up on Christopher, as far as I know, the current amount of money the legislature allocates to local libraries is zero. So anything over zero would be a start. I mean, they fund the Department of Libraries, yes, but they do not fund individual libraries around the state directly.
Can I just, I'm going to jump in for a second, because I think we might be losing sight of something about Department of Libraries funding. So, and I think we might be losing sight of the big picture of this conversation. We're kind of in three topics of the report right now. We're in staffing, we're in structures and organizations, and we're in collections. And we're a little bit in programming. We're actually in kind of four. I would argue that the most likely thing we could, as a working group, do without throwing a bomb in the room, metaphorically, is to recommend an increase in shared resources, which would decrease collections budgets locally, potentially, would give people more benefit as a collective for their buck. To enable the department to continue to provide the sources that it needs moving forward, even providing the same resources it needs right now. We haven't been able. I asked last year to increase our budget. I'm just going to lay it out there. My proposal was to increase by 36,000 for correctional facilities and to increase by the actual contracted amounts in our database contracts. I had a 3% reduction. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had a 3% growth. That's what I was allowed, which did not cover department staffing, much less those extra things. This year, we're doing another 3%. I do not see that our current environment in Vermont is sufficient to do, and we've been talking about this. We talked about it last month too. To Christopher's point about what in this current political environment is possible with all of the needs that the state is facing for people to have housing, for people to have food, for school children to succeed. I don't see that there's suddenly going to be some magical state money that doesn't come out of people's pockets at the local level that is going to provide us with state aid. I'm just not seeing that. And I feel like we might undermine the good work we've done of benchmarking and pointing out the need. I think it's possible somebody would look at the report and say, there's a big need here. I think if we ask for state aid, they're going to put the report in the file cabinet. I think we should leave the state aid stuff in statute and just not point to it right now, and maybe wait for a better time to ask for that. This is a really challenging economic situation that we're going into with projections of decreased revenue. And we've got Vermonters on the streets, like a lot of them. So I just want to, I think if we we set the table and then they look at it, maybe they'll see that there's a need here. They're smart. Christopher's making talky face. Maybe he's going to tell us something.
I am. No, I have a question. Because I know this is it's a little awkward for you because you're playing two roles here, right? You as the commissioner of the department, you work for the governor, and you need to follow the governor's plan for the state budget, at least for his budget. And then the legislature does what they want to with it, which is usually start over. So your role is to report to the governor and to follow the governor's instructions. Is that different from your role as the coordinating chair of the legislative working group, where it's less clear who you're working for, and it's certainly less clear who we're working for, right? As working group members, are we ultimately accountable to the legislature for producing a good report, or to the department, which is part of the administration? It's an interesting little conundrum that you've been put in between a rock and a hard place here, between the legislature and the governor. And I'm very empathetic to your position, but I'm wondering if you can reflect on that.
I've spent like 2 years reflecting on that. Before I even took the job, I started reflecting on that because the legislature put me as the chair of the working group. And then the legislature didn't name the other members of the working group. So from what I gather, the acting state librarian at the time drew you all to the working group. I don't know if he used carrots, jelly beans. I don't know how he convinced you all, but you are all here. It's a little strange.
It was mostly a chain with a hook on the end.
So
I think he promised state funding.
My
Just joking.
reaction,
I did
my
nothing of
thought
the
on it
kind,
is
thank
that,
you.
my thought on it is that my role, and I said this, Christopher, I know you weren't able to be here last month, but and some other folks may not have been here either. I'm not necessarily going to be able to sign this report. My role isn't to stop your voices. I do think there needs to be a little bit of a thought among the membership. I mean, I am the chair of the group. I do have multiple hats that I'm wearing, and sometimes I try to take one off. And you all know there's no way to really take off the state librarian hat. And I wonder, did I just say something I shouldn't say as the state librarian? But and I actually wear 3 hats because the commissioner of the Department of Libraries is the most that I work for the governor. The state librarian is the most I work for the state, for the libraries around the state. And then the working group chair is like, what the heck is that? It may have been a mistake for them and whoever founded this working group to put the state librarian at the helm. And yet that's what they did legislatively. They knew that's what they asked for. My sense is that as the working group chair, I should try to guide you all. If I was nothing but the working group chair, I would try to guide the working group toward actionable things. And that's why I've been focusing a lot on what's no cost or low cost and what we can do to make the biggest impact. And in that vein, I think I think as the working group chair, I'm also trying to have like a little bit of a reality check because I really firmly feel that everybody wants something and nobody wants to pay for it. And I will say that again. Everybody wants something and nobody wants to pay for it. The federal government is likely to shut down. I received an IMLS shutdown plan this morning. That is a fact. If we think the feds are going to hand us more money, we are not correct. We have pulled down our money in advance. Jeanette knew to do that. We have our funding for this year. There's no extra money from the federal government. The state doesn't seem to have a lot of extra money. What we talked about last week or last month and what I'd like to continue with is to frame our things in terms of no cost recommendations and then to put all of our costs in ranked order. Everything we're proposing that we might think might have a price tag we put in order of what we care about the most. And I do think that there are people here who are positionally a part of professional organizations that have a totally different role and that can do advocacy. And I'm going to call on Kelly McCagg, who's nodding her hand to save me because this is uncomfortable. Kelly.
Okay, so I sympathize with you, deeply sympathize with you. And I understand the reason why you are making or why you think our recommendation should be no cost or low cost, because those are the most likely to go through or be approved or whatever. And I don't disagree that that a large portion of them should be. However, I think I would not be doing my role if we did not include a request for state funding in the future. It doesn't have to be now, but in the future. And if we did not make a push for state standards at some point, to have the two tied together, I think would be wise. I think having a carrot and stick type of a model to where, you know, if you meet these standards, then hey, look, you get your funding type of thing. I think that might be something that interests the legislatures or something that they might be more likely to buy into than if, you know, hey, you have a building, you have some people, you have some books, take some money, you know. But like I said, I think I might be getting some really angry phone calls or angry people showing up at my front door if
Kelly, you just disappeared or
I know, it's because
went
I said
quiet.
too still. I need to like be more animated. If I don't make a push for the recommendation of state funding. I don't know off the top of my head what other states do not receive state funding. Now, I'm not saying the funding has to come directly from taxpayers. And I know the federal government is not in a state right now or in a position right now to give any money to anybody. But like I said, I think it would be a recommendation that in the future it be examined to provide a system of funding from the federal government through the state, on down. So that's, I know you're saying it's never going to happen, but I think if we don't at least make the recommendation, then we're not doing, I don't feel that I'm doing my duty. So there, that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And I think last month you may not have been able to attend the meeting either, but my sense is that last month when we met, we talked about putting kind of a wish list of recommendations if there were funding in the future. And I do think that it wouldn't be unheard of to mention state funding in there as like, if it was possible to increase the budget to the point where there could be some funding that was distributed, that would be something for the legislature to look at. I think that that's something that's not so pointed as do it right now. And I think that there's more information there. I would put it in the structures section, not in the staffing section. Though.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I think it's important that we include documentation that shows how other libraries are funding, or how other states are funding their libraries, and how almost every other state is funding their libraries.
So just to share a piece of information already in the state structures and organizations report, which I have added to a lot. By incorporating the report from April, my own report, and then the report that one of you provided for me, and I'm blanking right now. There is information available from IMLS about state library administrations, state library administrative agencies, state libraries, and what they provide. It is the case that 42 state libraries provide state funding. So I don't think that including something to that degree would be a bombshell. I do have a little bit of concern about not providing state funding for others and for everybody and tying it. I think that a lot of us hear from the same players all the time, and those are libraries that have the resources to actually even send somebody to meetings. Traditionally, when the state did give funding, historically, they gave a flat amount to everybody of $100, like in the past. That's like a long time ago. There's a weird map of it. I have a copy of it because I find it fascinating. And then some of them got a second allotment of $100. This was like in the early 1900s, I think. I think that with our rural communities, I also think that it's often a numbers game, and states give the most to the most wealthy numbers. And I do think we've been asked to look at things from an equity lens. And I am concerned about the equity aspect of saying, well, you Vermonters are in a community that can afford it, so we'll give you some money. I do think we would need to be looking with an equity lens at how to distribute those funds most appropriately. And I do think that rural and small communities probably need the money more, and those that are high on the state community index probably need the money more than the ones that have their act together and are providing the best library service right now. And I would, at the department, looking from an equity lens, encourage us, and this is in my state librarian commissioner role, I would encourage us to shift how we think about some of these things, because I think if we continue the way we've done it, we will continue to not address systemic inequity. I see two hands up, and the first is Kelly's and the second is Jeanette's.
Sorry,
Kelly's might be an alt.
I forgot to put mine down.
Okay, Jeanette?
Well, going kind of way back at this point, I mean, the legislature formed the working group. They had to have a reason to form the working group. And maybe I'm just overly hopeful that maybe that reason was they wanted to create a bill to provide state funding for libraries. I also know that passing any bill is usually a multi-year process. So it's not something that's would pop up, get passed, get funded anyway, but it's a start. And I think, those legislators that were the impetus of creating the working group, had to have a reason to do that.
I wasn't here when the working group was formed. I have heard from members of the Board of Libraries that there was a tour of some libraries and that a particular legislator who was in the car on the tour with one of the members of the Board of Libraries sort of thought of this big plan. This is not a one thing focused plan. This is like a comprehensive encyclopedic. We would need like 30 volumes and 17 years to actually drill down into this. My sense is that this plan was thought of at a time when there was a lot of money and people. That's all I'm just going to say. When this was formed, there were a lot of different circumstances in play, and I think we do need to break for lunch. I do think that we could put into the librarian structures. I'm going to put something in the chat and we'll see what you think of it. And you might all think I'm crazy, but what about this? As state revenue allows, consider increasing funding to the Department of Libraries to support equity-based state funding of funding to state grants to public libraries, something of that nature. We'd have to look at how that's called in other states, but
no, I mean, I don't think one legislator created the working group. I'm not exactly sure how the working group are created, or that's a vote in a committee, if that is something the entire legislature had a say in. But
I can answer that, Jeanette. The legislature, the working group is part of a miscellaneous bill. It's on our website. It passed through the full legislature. It was recommended by one of the education committees. It starts with one person. It doesn't start with 35 people. It starts with one person. And that's what I'm saying. I understand that it's clearly, it's in a miscellaneous bill. It clearly had votes, but I also think it's not well written. It's not well crafted. It's not focused. It has been harder to do this work because of how it was legislated than you have all let me know that for now the year and however many months I've been here. This is unwieldy. And if somebody wanted to look at state aid, it would need closer study. I really think it would need closer study.
But we got to ask. You don't
Well,
get
there's
what you
a
don't ask.
suggestion in the chat thread that I would be comfortable. If somebody else has another suggestion, please write it in the chat. And we did also discuss this other section last month, and it would have been a good thing to bring any of this up then. Susan, that sentence is in the report already. It's in the structures chapter.
I think we could emphasize it, if we're talking about state funding, emphasize that, putting it in context at that point, I don't think would be amiss.
Okay, so why don't I, How about this? I just revised it. As state revenue allows, consider increasing funding to the Department of Libraries to support equity-based state grants to public libraries, similar to funding provided by 42 maybe of, or out of 50 state libraries, state library administrative agencies. Are there other people who feel, if you could do the chat, like the thing in the chat if you're interested in this being added? Are there people who are not interested in adding that? Because I'm only seeing 3 people saying to add it. And Jeanette's said that she doesn't want to have it say as state revenue allows. I think all of these considers would be under the heading of as state revenue allows. Susan?
Just an observation that we're somewhat hobbled here and that we haven't seen the full report. Not that the full report is done, but we're now like poking at specific things in the report without really having seen it, which is awkward for us. And I'm sure it's also awkward for you because you and the staff at VT Lib have been working on this report, but we're making recommendations without having seen it, which is probably a little bit hard for all of us.
Susan, you wrote the working group section. Do you remember including this recommendation specifically in your report?
I don't believe I did, actually. It was not one of the things that we talked about during that time, so I don't believe that I did.
Okay.
You've read it more recently than me, probably. Do you remember?
I don't think you did, but I want you to know that I hear what you're saying, and I do kind of developed a plan for you all to see the chapters potentially that I'll share later before we approve something finally. But the things that you all wrote, some of you wrote more than others. Some of yours were more like camera ready than others. So some people's reports appear more intact than others, but the sentences and the quotes from everybody's appear in the final chapters. I didn't cut whole things out. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It is a little bit there. Some of them are still being written, like the structures and chapters as we're talking today, more is going to get added to it before I share it out with you on October 1st. But it's really to get a sense of like, do we want to have a thing like this in the recommendations?
But we're also kind of at a different point now, like writing the structures and organizations report. I felt like my duty was to report on what we discussed during that time, not to get on my high horse about what I think is needed and necessary there. Whereas now I feel like this is our time to point out those things that we do think are needed and necessary. So it's kind of a different role now than it was when writing them, I think. I don't know. It all just gets back to, it will be easier when we have all seen it, and then we can probably do better collective editing when we know what we're editing.
Right. And that we're not, okay. I think we should take a break and let's talk about it later. My sense from the quick vote here is that including this only has 4 of the current members present. Saying yes, they definitely want it. That's Wendy, Susan, Meg, and Karen. So,
And me.
Oh,
well, if you want it, then please click on it so I can see if we should. If we can get to a higher, if you get to a higher number, it's like more clear. So look up at the thing that's been edited to include Susan's language.
Okay, I click on like and nothing happens. So add a 5.
I wanted it too, and I thought I clicked on it.
Okay.
I
So
think
we're
there's
at,
only 6 of us present right now.
we're at 6. Okay, well, I'll put it in I've put it on the sheet already. So let's just leave it there for right now. And we'll take a break. Because we do need to eat lunch and it's getting kind of late. And if we don't take a break, then none of us get lunches and we all become kind of hangry and nobody wants hangry. And this, this does to me call for like some real consideration of an early October meeting so that we can hash out the kind of review things as far as what's the gist of it like. And remember what we heard from the community and what we discussed at those meetings, that was your time to shine. So it's very hard to write a report when we all keep going back and adding to it. And it's very difficult. If nobody talked about a thing back in the structures day, then it's very difficult to expect that to get added, edited, formatted, and handed in. It's very difficult. And if nobody put it in there, and this is on any topic, I don't want Susan to feel singled out. I've been working with what you gave, and I did ask you each for recommendations. And so I need to eat and go to the bathroom. And so we're going to break. And I appreciate everything everybody's done. It's hard to now jump in with this at this late date, as I think we can put in something of this nature that's here and we can all have consensus on it. But some things may just need further study before they could be really looked at. And usually when we add something like a big dollar ticket, there is some need to find fund. The legislature does need to find funding for it, is my impression. And I'm a newbie, so maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's what they do. So just things to bear in mind. Okay, thanks everybody for your help so far. We're going to reconvene at 1. We'll turn off the recording now. Thanks. Okay, Josh has started the recording. It is now 1:01 p.m. on Friday, September 22nd, 2023. This is a meeting of the Working Group on the Status of Libraries in Vermont. My name is Catherine Delnau. I'm the State Librarian, Commissioner of the Department of Libraries, and the Working Group Chair. We are at agenda item 7, and we have a guest with us today, John Kratska. John, I fear every time I say your name, I'm saying it wrong.
You're perfect.
That was good. Okay, thank goodness. John is here from Every Library. He had spoken with the working group at another of our meetings, and he had gotten in touch with some proposed legislation that is specific to the state of Vermont related to intellectual freedom. John's joining us today by phone. So that 708 number is him. Please, nobody mute him while he's presenting. And John, I think I can pull up the language on the screen if that would be helpful to you.
It would. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll turn it over to you now.
Sure. So, Kathy, thanks for the invitation, and Tom for the logistics. The work that we're doing at Every Library right now around intellectual freedom has a couple of different components to it. One is supports for library communities when there's big conversations that are happening in the community about access. Sometimes they are difficult conversations. And what we've learned over the last several, 18, 24 months is that the structure of library protections for the right to access, the right to read, the right to be in the building, the right to have your stories told, is becoming more and more difficult to justify using only the First Amendment. And I'm not apologetic by saying that. There's efforts happening around the country right now that are weaponizing parts of the First Amendment against itself. The First Amendment, as you will all remember from high school civics class, has 5 freedoms in it, and one of them is, of course, the freedom of speech, which is where the right to read and libraries' limited public forum responsibilities lie. But within the First Amendment, there's also the right to assemble and the right to petition. And the right to petition and the right to assemble is where we're seeing very difficult, sometimes performative, highly politicized attacks on the right to read and the right for those stories to be told. The right to petition is a co-equal right to the First Amendment within the structure of the First Amendment. I'm sorry, the freedom of speech and the right to read within the structure of the First Amendment. And the right to petition right now is one pathway that some states are taking to bolster the right to read. And I have some concerns about weaponizing parts of the First Amendment against itself. In fact, we're seeing that problem of that not being necessarily resolvable by saying that we will ban book bans by banning book bans. We are here at Every Library very concerned about legislation that wants to stop book banning by policy or by legislative fiat, because the right to petition itself is the core of what a book ban request is. I have a petition to redress my grievances. I have a grievance about the book. I believe the book is inappropriate for our community. That conversation, potentially my redress could be, please remove the book from the library. And if we have a situation legislatively or by policy where we will never remove the book, my rights as a petitioner could potentially be violated, and my due process rights could be violated because of a legislative framework that says we will never ban a book. There are reasons to ban a book. If it is obscene, it is illegal. We wouldn't have that book in the library in the first place, I know, but in the end of it all, would we have a potential to remove it under current law? Yes, we would. What I'm looking at from a policy perspective and a legislative perspective by bringing this to you in this working group framework is to suggest that we not need to take our eyes off the First Amendment and those limited public forum responsibilities that we have, but to put our eyes on another part of law, which is to answer a question of why do we bring the book in the library in the first place? Why do we do a program in the first place? Why do we let people in the building to use the place in the first place? The opportunity to take a look not at the First Amendment exclusively as a collection retention space, but in the collection intake. Why do we do collection acquisitions like we do? So I'd like to have a conversation and posit some ideas to you here that are very specific about how Vermont state statute and Vermont libraries can answer that very important question of why do we bring the book in the library in the first place? Not just books that are appealing to the majority, but appealing also and relevant to the minority. And so we're taking a look at how do we spread across civil rights protections at the state statutory level, the public accommodations principles that are inherent in state civil rights protections, that the limited public forum on the First Amendment is operative and necessary, but on the civil rights side, what does it mean to have a place of public accommodation like a public library? It's to ensure that not just the majority, but the minority have access to the privileges, the opportunities, the facilities, and as a result, well, right now in Vermont, there are civil rights protections in place that should already be guaranteeing access to the collection for minoritized populations, but they're not explicitly spelled out for Vermont libraries. And we have these fights happening between two different sets of opinions. The book is inappropriate, is what we're hearing from potential challengers. But the library community comes back and says, no, that book is perfectly appropriate because it's useful to, it's interesting to, well, minority populations around race or national origin, sexuality, gender identity, religion, and yet our ethical framework around DEI, around diversity, equity, inclusion, has been a voluntary one. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is that there's a fight about appropriate and inappropriate rather than an application of law. And the application of law here being that a book, say, about a family with two same-sex parents for a 7-year-old is not, it's not appropriate or inappropriate, it's relevant. It's relevant to that protected class. The same-sex marriage is legal. Families exist like this. And a book that is about that family has relevance to that protected class. There might be interest on the part of the majority. They might even be disinterested in it. But the fact of their disinterest does not obviate the reality that that collection development choice is protected because of the civil rights protections for those classes. What I'd like to suggest is that Vermont has a singular opportunity here to look at enfranchising populations robustly and rooting your DEI principles in state statutes rather than a voluntary ethical framework. And I'm not obviating the voluntary ethical framework. It's one of the reasons I participate in libraries for the last 20 years, even though I'm not a librarian myself. But to say that we have an opinion about the dignity of human beings, when in fact we have a statutory obligation alongside our opinion about that, strengthens our ability to answer that question again of why are we bringing this book in the library in the first place? Why are you doing a program for somebody that isn't in the majority? So I'd like to suggest that this framework potentially could help you move a better conversation forward at a policy and statutory level, where you're not constantly doing block and tackle to defend the limited public forum aspect of the First Amendment, but to say that as a place of public accommodation, we have to have policies in place that are truly realizing, they're compliant with those principles of public accommodation under state statute. I'm not suggesting with this framework at all that we constitutionalize the public accommodation in the 14th Amendment, and we root it instead in state statutes which are operative, highly operative for your public libraries already, but that we utilize a statutory conversation, a legislative conversation, to make sure that those protections are not only explicit in law, but they're also part of the public dialogue. You know, why do you have that book here? I don't like it. Well, we have that book here because it's legal to do for human beings who are in protected classes and not just the benefit of the majority. So Kathy, I'm very interested in seeing what people think about the concepts here. I'm not trying to push something into the working group situation, but I'm hoping that this might be a way to help respond to the conversations that you've all been having about how do we support that right to read without, and at the same time, address those issues of erasure that happen in these politicized and performative book ban activities. So I'm not sure how your meeting runs this afternoon. I'm calling in by phone, so I can't see anybody's facial expressions. How shall we proceed?
Well, what I can do, I shared the document that you prepared for, that's Vermont specific, with our working group members and with the public through our working group webpage. And we're showing it on the page right now. I think everybody, if you can click on the link that we put into the chat, then you can pull it up on your devices and people can come on screen so that we can have a conversation and ask questions of John about the legislation the draft legislation that he's sharing with us today. Something to think about in terms of our process for today is that, you know, the working group could recommend that the legislature pick up this specific legislation. That's one option. The working group could do nothing. That's another option. The working group could put this as an appendix, this document as an appendix, and have as a recommendation that the legislature consider draft legislation such as this, and then refer to the document in the appendix. We have a couple of different routes as a working group that we could do. So I'd like to hear from members of the working group on their thoughts about this. I know that a lot of us had been discussing that the working group heard from members of the community on the topic of intellectual freedom. When we met on that topic, I'm trying to remember the date we initially met on intellectual freedom. It was a couple of months back.
It was April.
It was April. Oh my gosh, time is flying. Is that Christopher who just spoke?
Yes.
Okay, Tom, you could stop sharing now so that then maybe we can get more folks on camera for a conversation. And I know Christopher's the person who wrote the draft of the intellectual freedom chapter and did a great job with that. So Christopher, do you want to kick off our conversation here? And I want to share, we have some folks here today that I should make sure everybody knows who's on the call. In addition to the working group members, we have Susanna Davis, who is our Officer of Racial Equity for the state. Susanna, did I say your title correctly?
Yeah, that's basically it. Who cares?
After 4 hours of meeting, I'm like, oh. I also noticed that the Vermont Library Association president, Oceana Wilson, am I saying your name correctly? I don't think we've met yet,
Yes.
Oceana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oceana. Yeah.
Oceana is here.
Hi.
And do we have other folks outside of department? I don't see anybody else outside of department or working group folks. But just what we'll do is we will hear from working group members. And then just like the other topic this morning, if we have time after the working group members and the agenda item, then we could take questions from the community of those who are present. I do want to welcome I think actually we could just do questions from everybody. We only have 2 extra people if folks are comfortable with that. Because I want to make sure that Oceana and Susanna's input is heard too. So I'll start it off with Christopher. Kick it off.
Hi, yeah, thank you, John and Kathy. This is awesome. I was so happy to read this document when I realized that it had been posted. I really appreciate your work. And I would certainly support adding this draft language as an appendix to the intellectual freedom part of the report and editing that section of the report to make it clear that we support this draft language. My question, I guess, is about the public accommodations section on, I think it's the top of the second page. I worked on this law a bazillion years ago to incorporate gender identity and expression as a protected class. And I think my question is, would you argue that the current public accommodation law actually already covers libraries, but that adding the actual name, Free Public Library, would clarify that for the public? I would assume that term establishment there in the second line would cover a public library, but maybe I'm incorrect in assuming that.
So I have not spoken to your attorney general, but the plain reading here is yes, you're absolutely correct, Christopher. And I'm not suggesting for a moment there's been a defect in the existing law, but we are in a moment politically where occasionally in the matters of public policy, it's important for us to be more explicit and to enumerate some of these either institutions or rights once again. And there's no convenient way that I've been able to figure out that we could bring forward this definition without creating like the way that we could potentially construct it is to bring forward in library law the public accommodation definition. And this is a decision for your working group and for the legislature to discuss, is whether or not enumerating Free Public Library is the right thing to do. I did suggest it at the beginning because of the moment that we're in civil society. It would not create anything new, in my opinion. I haven't talked to your attorney general about whether it would create anything new. Honestly, if this was 5 years ago, we wouldn't do it. But there's a singular moment here where having this public policy discussion about the nature and character and role of libraries in your state, this might prompt it. Whether it ends up in the final legislative language or not is up to a judiciary committee.
Great. And a follow-up question, John. The first place of public accommodation listed as school, you would take that to be inclusive of school libraries as well. So it's the whole school. And
I would defer again to the definitions that are utilized by your State Department of Education. But in general, the civil rights protections around Title VI and Title IX in schools apply to the curriculum and to the access to the curriculum. The strict interpretation versus the broad interpretation about whether it applies to the entire school library collection is not something I'm suggesting we change at this point, but this is a significant opportunity for the community to discuss that. I would hesitate to propose legislation from where I'm sitting here in suburban Chicago that would alter the relationship between the curriculum and access to the curriculum and the unique role that school libraries have. I would suggest that by bringing this up, you've identified something that is important, and I did omit it purposefully, but does merit discussion.
And I think, Kathy, just one comment. I love this. I think this is great. I would love to have this conversation in the Judiciary Committee come January, and I hope many of us would be there supporting it. When we were working on adding gender identity and expression to Vermont's public accommodations laws and anti-discrimination laws years ago, it was very much noted that it's one thing to put something into statute. It's an entirely different thing to create policies that are enforceable down the road at the administrative level. So this is a start. And it would be great if it passed into statute. And then after that, we have a tremendous amount of work to do to make sure that libraries and schools understand what their obligations are under the statute and develop those policies that would meet those obligations.
And that's an excellent observation. And one of the reasons this has two components to it is that it isn't simply spreading the public accommodation definitions more explicitly across free public libraries, but it's also to have a framework where local public library boards are required to engage not just the First Amendment, which we've been doing for an awfully long time, but these other principles. It's going to take technical assistance, training, and support across the entire Vermont library community to make sure that it's done right. But the ethical framework that you've already been pursuing as a profession and as a sector around DEI, I think precedes this conversation. It's certainly a matter of becoming substantially compliant with a new state statute, but the habits, culture, and tradition and the ethical framework of libraries already in your state, I think makes for very fertile ground for an effective and efficient application of the law.
Yeah, and that of course leads us back to that question of money, right? Because it would cost money to do that work at the local level to make sure that people understand their obligations and are compliant.
That does make sense to me from where I'm sitting, yes.
Jeanette Bear had shared something in the comments. Jeanette, do you want to verbalize?
Oh, just agreeing with everything that Christopher has just said.
Thanks. Wondering if others have comments or thoughts on the legislation that is, or the draft legislation that John has brought forward to us.
I don't, oh, sorry. I don't want to upstream a working group member. I see a hand up.
Oh, I think Susanna, it's okay, because you had you were moving to do it before Susan's hand. So we'll call on you because yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's a really brief comment. First of all, I'm grateful for the presentation. I think as a legal strategy, I can see this making a lot of sense. I'm sympathetic to the fact that we don't want to get dangerously close to infringing on people's rights of redress, and how do we create systems that are workable from a civil liberties perspective. And so yeah, that is a strategy and approach aside. I don't know if I see anybody from the Human Rights Commission on this call, but I would love to pull them in if this is a conversation that the working group would like to pursue, since they do enforce the public accommodations law in the state, and in particular have been very active on different issues related to schools as places of public accommodation. You all have probably been aware of some of the more recent legislative issues, including things like the severe and pervasive standard for harassment, et cetera, and whether and how it applies in school settings. And then I also would recommend Vermont Legal Aid, because they also do a lot of work as well around education settings. And I think those would be two really good thought partners to engage in this discussion.
I'd like to support and affirm that. The two of the states right now that we're working with at the state library, state association level are the first point of conversation for them in their particular states is with their Secretary of State's office, because they're within the state library's administrative agency is within the Secretary of State's office. We want to make sure general counsel there is very comfortable before we would do anything like this. The second conversation that's co-equally important is with the State Human Rights Commission. After that point, where there would be both comfort and surety, then it becomes a conversation that I would suggest is possible to take to the judiciary. If there are full stops for either statutory or regulatory or political reasons, that's part of the conversation as well. This bill, like any other bill, would, or I'm sorry, this draft language, like any other draft language, would need to be cured in different ways, but cured with a set of principles, which is to help support the rights of the minority and to obviate any issues of local control that are brought up as excuses for discriminatory behavior. I'd like to remind the working group that if you have a public library board right now that says we want to hire a new youth services librarian, but no gay people need to apply, no black people need to apply, that is not an issue of local control. There are state and federal issues attached to that discrimination around equal employment opportunity that have to be resolved in a context that is not state library law. But state library law already by implication requires that their hiring practices are equal opportunity. I would suggest there's a sincere analogy to that. In fact, it's a parallel process. So yes, any sort of draft language is a draft. And the stakeholders that you've identified, I think, are appropriate to the early conversation.
Thank you both. Susan, thanks for your patience. You are up next.
Okay, sorry, I have my pointer on the wrong screen here. So that comment may actually have addressed my question here, which is not fully formed. So bear with me. I'm wondering about the portion here where it says that it is necessary that free public library boards adopt bylaws, rules, and policies, etc. Can the legislature determine what is necessary for a board to adopt in terms of policies and bylaws? I'm not sure whether that's within their powers.
What do you mean? Is it in the legislative findings section?
It's in the draft legislative language number 2, John, amend chapter 22.
Very good. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we were looking at the same place. Great. And I need to defer, Kathy, to you about an answer to that question, because in some states we're looking at the direct statutory framework that says that the state would require, in order to have the library be certified, be recognized, be eligible for different the dignity of the library, tied to the state's compulsion to do certain behaviors. Yes. If it appears to me from where I'm sitting that is both a statutory situation as well as a habit and custom in different parts of Vermont, but I don't want to suggest something that wouldn't be operative based on either habit and custom or otherwise in law.
My sense is that this, and I'm not a legal expert, my sense is that this could be in this section. There are other elements of what public libraries do in Vermont, like that they provide free library service. This is just another element of it. And I'm also thinking about the minimum standards that we have in place that went through the rulemaking process. Mm-hmm. We have really wimpy minimum standards because they're all opt-in. But in those, we certainly say already that you must have a collection or we say that you ought to have the collection development policy. So we've already, those standards, minimum standards, having gone through rulemaking, have the force and effect of law. So I do believe that I think it would be appropriate. And this is something that we would potentially, if it wasn't appropriate, we would learn quickly that it's not. I don't know that there's a way in a month before our report is due to like resolve all of the legal issues. And that's why I think potentially including this as a sample legislation for consideration by the education committees in the House and Senate could be a good way to go. We don't have to refine the language totally, and we don't have to engage every other agency. Susanna, it's great that you know who to engage because that's really, really helpful. And we would want to do that if the legislature was going to pick this up. But we don't have to iron out everything. And that's why John was saying it could be the language could be cured, that it could be evolved over time with more information and input. We certainly wouldn't, it would never pass legislative review if it wasn't possible to do it. But I think it's potentially worth trying. Christopher has a hand up, and I think Christopher has a lot of experience with this type of thing. So I'm going to call on Christopher. And thank you, Susanna, who offered in the comments that that she can help to connect us with those other agencies.
My only real comment here is that delivering the report is the beginning of the process, right? So we're not delivering a finished product to the legislature. This could be legislation of this sort might happen in the 2024 session, or it might be the beginning of a process that leads to legislation further down the road in 2025 or 26. And I would certainly want to be part of that ongoing conversation after the working group is done. So that's all I had to say about it, really, right? This is a starting point, not an ending point.
If I may, Kathy, and I know that we're at time here on my segment. The as a statutory approach, this model that we're putting forward, we've recently published it on the Every Library Institute site as well as a generic model. I'm very happy to have responded to the working group's request to see something that would be Vermont specific. It is legislative. There is another pathway forward potentially that I have not drafted for you and would love to participate in. That would be regulatory and rules making. Because right now, from where you sit and from where I sit, Title II, Title VI, and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 already requires public accommodation on the part of of agencies that take federal money, that are public employers, that are places of reasonable public accommodation definition. There's already in Vermont a set of statutes that have, by implication, free public libraries in there. What would it look like in a regulatory space, or even a finding from the Attorney General for clarity? There's many pathways to do this. But I'd like to suggest that the goal here is to broaden the ability and opportunity of people from all walks of life, but particularly in those protected classes, to have access to the privileges of that free public library. So if a legislative structure is appropriate to your state, that'd be a lot of fun. And if it's more appropriate to do it through other mechanisms, keeping your eyes on the goal. Again, the First Amendment's pretty darn robust. In fact, if you look at the state constitution of Vermont, your First Amendment rights predate the federal government's. And yet we're still having this conversation about whether or not a book about race or gender or sexual identity or even a religious experience of a religious minority is appropriate or inappropriate. I think that you're on the right path to help cure that problem in your state. And I appreciate the opportunity to participate in it.
Thanks so much for explaining that, John. So I had a couple of, just to kind of point people to the right spot. So if I'm understanding it correctly, John is saying that the working group could recommend this to the legislature, that the legislature look at legislation such as this, the first 2 1/3 pages of the document that you all have in front of you. If the legislature didn't choose to pick it up, if they didn't choose to get into it for whatever reason, it doesn't mean that the pathway is finished. At that point, through the rulemaking process of updating the minimum standards, which I want to assure everybody on this call, because I sensed some pre-lunch kind of anxiety that maybe we weren't going to do that. We're going to update the minimum standards. What that will look like, I cannot tell you yet, but if we hadn't had the working group, we wouldn't have all the input from the community to make a draft update to them and then bring them forward through rulemaking. But what John is suggesting is that if the legislation doesn't go through, we could actually look at including this language in rulemaking or something like it, and engage the appropriate folks in doing that with us. I don't know about this, but I might do both, because if the legislature pulled it out of the Constitution or whatever, pulled it out, right? It gets pulled out. We still have it as libraries in the rulemaking. I don't know. I've just seen some states do wacky things, and I don't know if that's just redundant work, but it might not be bad to have it articulated in multiple locations. Susanna's nodding, which makes me feel better because I feel like Susanna's way smarter than me. And if she's nodding, that might be good. I do want to ask a question while we still have you, John. And
Certainly.
in the second point on page 2, the language, it's necessary that free public library boards adopt bylaws. I see that our legislature tends to use language like shall, just saying free public library boards shall might be more clear, because we in Vermont have a lot of things that are necessary and nobody's doing them. And everybody points around and doesn't do it. So I would recommend that revision to it.
Well,
Do you wanna-
let me say this very plainly, Kathy, that if this is the working group's document, if you want to make edits, I consider every single edit that the working group would make as being friendly.
I think that that's true. Those of us who are on camera are smiling, so I think that that's good to consider us friendly. Does anybody else? Susanna's got a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that point, in addition to may versus shall type language, I think it's going to be really critical to include a statement of legislative intent in there, because we have seen just as recently as last session that bills had been introduced specifically for the purpose of advancing equity in people's outcomes. And then after all the negotiations and after it gets watered down, then the final text of the bill ends up not mentioning any of that. And then I can give one concrete example. I'm on a working group right now that's been legislatively mandated, and it was the bill was originally introduced with a very clear and express purpose of creating equitable outcomes between people, particularly people of color who are motorists in the state. And the bill got watered down a lot. And now I'm on this working group with other state leaders who are outright saying, well, I'm just looking at the text of what's in the bill and it doesn't mention equity, so we really shouldn't be focusing on that, and da 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 da. And that's exactly the way that people end up starting out with something that is well-intentioned, and then the negotiations end up watering down the language, and now it's an uphill battle to get anybody to acknowledge disparities at all. So I would strongly recommend including a statement of intent, just so that it's really clear what the purpose is.
Thank you, Susanna. And your experience is really appreciated, because for the Department of Libraries and for the folks on this working group, I think this is everybody, if not or many people's, if not everybody's first rodeo with this type of work. Maybe Christopher has done a working group before, but I don't think the rest of us have. So that's really good to know. So I want to do a last, Susanna?
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, then in that case, I think it also may be good for you all maybe to connect with the chair of the Act 1 group. That's the Ethnic and Social Equity, ESESAWG, the Ethnic and Social Equity Standards Advisory Working Group. It was Act 1 of 2018, and it was a bill that, or 2019, and it was a bill that required a working group to create new standards about how to put more inclusive, how to do the education quality standards with a focus on cultural competency and more inclusion. That working group has completed its purpose and has now disbanded as per the statute. However, it has been such an uphill battle with people inside and outside of Vermont coming in as saboteurs, intending to undermine the group's work, largely using the same rhetoric that I think this proposed bill is looking to to deal with. So I also would recommend you all connecting with the Act One group, just so that you can get a sense of what some of those charged situations have been like. Yeah.
That's really helpful, Susanna, and I'm sure I'll pick your brain as much as you'll let me on this. And I really appreciate your being here today and being with us for this conversation. And I greatly appreciate, John, that you brought this, that you drafted this, and that you've been working on this type of effort across the country, and that you brought us some language that is, you know, very far along and will be really helpful to us in the state of Vermont. You're welcome to stay on with us as we talk about working group recommendations related to intellectual freedom for the next 20 minutes or so. And I'll just start off with trying to get.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Kathy, I'm sorry, real quick, forgive me. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for this invitation. I really appreciate the chance to have been with you since April on this conversation. But I
Yeah.
am going to be dropping off. While I mentioned before about being suburban Chicago, I mean, personally, that's where I live, but I'm actually in Wichita today for the Association of Rural and Small Libraries Conference. So I have to get
wonderful.
back. Yeah, so I have to get back to those colleagues. So
Okay, well,
I'm going to be signing off now, okay?
If you see Joy Warland from our department, please say hi. And thank you so much for making the time and being so flexible and meeting with us today, John. Really appreciate your
It was a pleasure today.
partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, cheers. Bye-bye.
Okay, so working group members, let's begin with just taking a temperature check on how many of us in the working group would like to include this draft legislation as in the report somehow. And then we can kind of drill down into how we want to do that. I don't always vote, but I'm voting, by the way.
You want a show of hands or what?
I would love a show of hands because it's easy for me to count and I'm getting fatigued. I had my lunch, but holy moly. So far we're at 6, which is great. And we have had a couple of folks who aren't able to be with us this afternoon. So out of those present, I think we are working group wise all in favor of that. So next, it would be good to know, actually, no, I'm 7 as well. My hand didn't go up or didn't stay up. So we're at 7. All members present really for the minutes wanted to include it. Let's talk about how we want to include it. Do we want to include that we recommend that they take up legislation on the topic of intellectual freedom and point to this sample language? Christopher.
Yeah, I think Susan might have been before me, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, I didn't mean to. Christopher was on screen, so I saw his face and his hand at once. So Susan first and then Christopher.
Sorry, my hand was just still up from voting. That was all it was.
Okay,
Apologies.
Christopher.
All right. I wonder if it would be, to get to that question, useful to review what we had put in the draft report for intellectual freedom as recommendations, because it includes language that is similar to John's, but not the same, because we didn't have John's language yet when I wrote it. But there are also a couple of other things in there that I wanted to make sure were okay.
Hang on a second. Let me pull it up. This is the chapter as it's looking at the moment, which, Christopher, I have to say your chapter needed some of the least help and revisions. I just caught a period. So
that's good.
Christopher's chapter was rocking.
Can you go to page 5?
I'm trying. Page 5.
The heading is
Models.
Recommendations of the Working
Is it
Group.
down here? Appendix, additional information and links.
Scroll up. So it's the
Recommendations. Okay, and I just had this note, which is happening now, so I'm going to delete it. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Hang on a sec. I shared the wrong page. I shared our other thing. Hang on. sorry, don't mean to be a, no, that's not it. Stop sharing. Share. This one. Okay, there you go. Does this look familiar?
That looks familiar. Thank you.
Okay.
So, just very briefly, without actually reading the screen to you, although it might be too tiny for y'all to read, there's 5 bullet points. The first one is largely John's model legislation, right? Past legislation aimed at protecting libraries, librarians, trustees, and patrons from challenges related to material selection and retention. Require all Vermont libraries to have robust material selection policy and reconsideration procedure that protects First Amendment rights. I would probably edit that now to say it also complies with Vermont's public accommodations law. The second one is that issue of providing funding. And I know that is tricky, but I do think that it's probably the Department of Libraries' job to help implement the policy, and they can't do it without resources to do so. The third one is different from what John was talking about, but I felt like was really important coming out of the April meeting, and that was to increase privacy protections for youth patrons by lowering the age in which records can be shared to youth under 13 years old. And then the bottom 2 also were not addressed in John's model legislation, and that was about privacy standards for ebooks and other web-based information tools, and pricing structures, which maybe doesn't go into this report. Maybe that goes into the collections recommendation and comes out of here. But I think that sort of global privacy concern around access to records is potentially an IF issue. So those were the things that I pulled out of the April day as important recommendations. And I just wanted to make sure that the group felt the same, because due to the floods, missed the day when you all went through the other sections of the report.
Thank you so much for writing these out. And I think on my end, I think you captured things well. While you were on that day last month, we did end up talking about one of these at great length. We didn't talk about most of the things on your list because we didn't have your list yet, and we thought we would talk about them today instead. But one of the topics did come up, and I think we had quite a robust conversation around legislation to increase privacy protections for young library users by lowering the age in which patron records can be disclosed in public libraries. So we should say public library, because school libraries, we learned, are in a different category. So I did a little bit of research on this one, and I think there are health decisions that Vermont's children can make at the age of 12. So I would recommend aligning with that. Like if you need to decide if you're going to get drug treatment or have an abortion and you're young, you need library materials to do it. And so I think in the health context, the age is 12, but I would recommend we double and triple check that and then align this age with the need that a child would need to be, the age of the child, that they're considered an adult for the purpose of certain types of medical treatment in our state. This was controversial at our meeting last month. I was ready to I don't know. I was very much in support of this and told stories about the anarchist cookbook. My mother wants the working group to know that she actually then brought me to get a copy of it, and I don't even remember that part of the story. But she went behind my dad's back on the anarchist cookbook. But just so I would like to include this, and this may be something that other people don't feel comfortable with. So I think we should hear from people about these different things. And I see Kelly's hand is up.
So Mary and I met with Lieutenant Governor Zuckerman as representatives of VLA to talk to him about kind of what the steps would be to get this age reduced. And because VLA is interested in helping to spearhead this. And so I was talking a little bit about it at my board meeting last night, and I happened to have a retired pediatrician and a family therapist on my board. And they both said that there are state laws and regulations that put the age of 12 at the things for as far as making medical decisions and sharing personal information with their, as far as therapy goes. So that is in fact the case. So I think that that would be, I think that would be a good benchmark. I'm not sure that everyone in VLA would agree with that, but the organization has started a little bit of work on that already. So.
Thanks, Kelly. There was a question that I had, and I don't know the answer, and I don't know if Susanna knows the answer or if somebody else knows the answer. Susanna, do you have a JD, or am I imagining that you have a JD? You do have one. Something I noticed is that the states that have ages seem to be the Republican states, and the states that don't have ages seem to be kind of the blue states. Because I was looking, Kevin Unrath made a list of who had the ages and who didn't have the ages, and I was really kind of surprised. And I'm wondering, is there any reason not to put an age?
I don't actually have an answer. All I have is speculation, but I think that what's really interesting is that when we're talking about putting lower ages for being able to make certain decisions, which, by the way, is just a part of a much bigger conversation about how we view young people and the level of autonomy and trust and respect that we give them in society. But that aside, I think that a lot of times conversations in different parts of the political arena tend to overlap, but on different issues. In other words, a lot of people on one side of the aisle are giving a whole lot of my body, my choice on certain issues, like, I don't know, reproductive rights, whereas the other side is saying, no, we hate it. But then the other side of the aisle is giving a whole lot of my body, my choice when it comes to things like inoculations. And so I think that what you may be seeing is that reaction of bodily autonomy in those states. I also see, I don't know this, I'm again speculating, but if you overlaid that map of which states have ages and which states are moving to do things like lower the age of child marriage, I don't know how much they're going to overlap. There's also a couple of states that have been enacting laws that expand child labor stuff. So I don't really know what movement that's a part of, but it is interesting.
Yeah, it seems very curious. I mean, I wouldn't want to do something that jeopardizes youth's access to information. I'm going to just admit, I don't understand something, and it's come up in other areas. And Susanna, I know you're not the attorney for me or the department, but in the legislative framework, it sometimes seems that there is a description of what should be happening according to statute, and then a municipality does something else. So for example, and I think I've come across this in different places, like in New Jersey or in California, the local library always made the decision about how old the patrons had to be to use the library independently, both to check out books and to have their library record, to come to the library and then to have their library records be private. And it was sort of institution by institution. I'm kind of curious, if we said 12 years old, does that mean that that's like the highest age and that other libraries could say something else? Or does that mean that some local town could say, no, we're going with 17 in Vermont? I don't understand that aspect, because we see this all the time with municipal library things, like who's in charge of the librarian, who supervises the librarian in a municipal public library.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I know, for example, you can have a state speed limit and then locally you can make it lower to make it more restrictive for safety reasons. But then on other laws like civil liberties protections, you can't make those things necessarily more narrowly tailored. A lot of times you can maybe make them more inclusive or expansive, like adding protected categories, but not necessarily shrinking them. So I think I think the rule stick is are you curbing access, or are you creating more restriction, or not? But that is an interesting one. In Vermont, there is the very, very strong local control aspect of things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is just because things aren't being forced, or because they're just being permitted to be different at the local level.
Yeah, it seems like what they do is they go through a charter process and change the town charter for who's the boss of the library director, where normally the way that it looks in statute is a little bit wiggly, where it's like they're appointed by a board, but then who's their boss? Like I'm appointed by a board and the governor, but the governor is clearly my boss. But it's just, it feels a little bit confusing. But I think that what we would be hoping to do and in this type of thing by adding an age would be to say that's the maximum age. And in some municipalities, they might be able to go lower. They might decide 7 is fine, right? So thanks, Susanna, for your help, and I'll try to get more clarity on that once we have actual recommendations. And anything we're recommending that's legislative would go through a huge long process, and we'd have to work with folks to kind of queue up which things are most important, which is also tricky because there's a lot here. So other people in the group, do you have any thoughts on Christopher's list? Does it look good to you? Do you have concerns about anything? I know last month there were some folks who were saying we're not sure about this one. I'm hearing that Teams is having some technical difficulties, which is not great.
Well, I'll just add that I like the list. I could easily go with the 12-year-old as the age limit. But I would like to see what John presented today linked to this magic list as well.
So we could talk about, like, we could add something about C sample. We'll have to wordsmith it.
Yeah.
But the sample legislation in the appendix.
Yeah.
I would take that as a very friendly amendment and absolutely support linking it right there.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see, other folks, anybody else have? This is your chance. This is your chance to share. We've got, oh, sorry, Christopher.
Yeah, I just as, another dumb anecdote. We think this isn't happening here, and it is. I was in a meeting yesterday with cultural organization EDs, including the director of Lyric Theater, which is producing The Prom in November. And they placed the script for The Prom, which is about 2 young girls falling in love in a Midwestern community, in the Burnham Library in Colchester. And somebody came in and challenged that book and tried to get it removed from the collection.
I think my other comment on these points is the fact that there's a lot of emphasis on materials. And that's not, which doesn't include access to the building, to the general facilities. And I don't know whether we have to add that in as well. And how we do that, I don't know, but that's just my thoughts.
I think John's sample legislation does include some language about facilities, public access, public programming. And I would agree if it's not in this list, we should call that out specifically.
I'm trying to look right now. I'm pulling it over.
It does. If you go down to the bottom of John's list, it's actually below the legislative language. It's in the administrative minimum standard rubrics.
Yeah.
It includes facilities, use, displays and exhibits, workplace environment, and so on.
Yeah. And I think that might be a good place to keep it. I think I'm a little bit reluctant to have the legislature trying to do stuff with programming. I don't know. I think they can get their heads around collections more easily, and that's maybe doing that through the guidelines. The minimum standards might be simpler. I might be underestimating them. Or maybe there's a way to fold it in if we look at it more carefully. I'm going to just put a note. Programming. It's hard to think about it right now, but we might be able to think of something. Because in our, just for Susanna to know, Susanna, we see the most strident challengers around programming typically in Vermont versus our book collections. We've had more vehement program challengers, I would say. And it feels a little bit more dangerous sometimes because they're kind of descending on libraries and very aggressive. Protesting is one thing, but getting really in somebody's face and like seeming to take something out of a bag at them is a little bit different.
Lindenville.
Yeah. Christopher, it might be helpful if you can help wordsmith. I'm getting to we'll hear in the next agenda item. I've been like report writing almost nonstop for 3 weeks. So I'm getting to the end of what
Kathy,
is
I think
actually decent coming out of my head.
Send me back the version with your current edits, then I
Yeah,
can take
do.
another run through after this.
Yeah.
I'm on vacation next week though, so you won't
Okay.
get it till October.
Okay, well, I can also try to work on it too. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to copy this from the chapter. And I just want to share, this is like, if you're wondering about the mysteries, this is what's mysteriously happening. I copy one thing and then I pull up the other thing. And this is the stuff that was in the minutes, remember? And then I paste it over here. And last time, that's how I had just put in the legislation to expand confidentiality. So I'll probably have to do like the equivalent of a mail merge. But this is where the language was, and just saying consider legislation around that. So we could just change the age to 12. Oops, I'll work on that later though. But this document is going to become a publicly posted document, and the conversation from last month was publicly posted too. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a minute now, I think. Okay, so it's 2:02. Technically, we should be taking a break right now, and I think we should probably still do that because we do start to find ourselves feeling fatigued, at least I do, in the afternoon. Does that sound okay to everybody? We'll take a break and then we'll pick it up at 2:15 with reports and recommendations, or do you want to just go straight through? If you want to go straight through and get the whole time to talk process, we can do it, but I think some of us might need a quick break. I'm not hearing anybody say anything.
Yes to break.
Yes to break. Okay,
Break.
let's reconvene at 2:15, okay? Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all your help, Susanna. Because it's now 2:15. Welcome back from break, everybody. We're gonna talk about recommendations and report writing. Woohoo, our favorite topic. Okay, Susan's back. Meg's camera's malfunctioning, but Meg is back. And Christopher's here off screen. I'm here. Jeanette's here. Wendy's here. Who else is here? Who else is here? So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 of us. I think we should get going. Okay, so what I wanted to share with you all is sort of where we are now, what's been happening and a proposal of where to go next. And then we can talk about our next steps. So I'm gonna do a share screen. I think it'll work. Let me pull it up. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna stop sharing because that made it crazy. I'm gonna do it on this screen. Share screen. On this screen with Wendy's beautiful face. Okay, here's what's happening. So right now, where we are is that the department staff and I have been we've moved into our supporting role. So we're getting things ready for publication. Publication is going to be online because this thing is a huge amount of text. It's like a wall of text. So we haven't yet started on the table of contents because each of the individual chapters needs to be completed. But Lily has pulled together the working group membership. Thank you to everybody who responded to Lily about that. And please, working group members, come on camera so I don't feel alone because I'm really alone. It's like I can't even see you all. I feel like I'm talking to a wall. If you're comfortable doing that, of course. But yeah, now I see you, so I can tell how you're thinking and reacting. It helps me when I'm talking. So the charge of the working group is just that legislation that we all know and love. And the methodology has been completed as far as how we did our work, that we did these regular meetings and whatnot. The executive summary hasn't been completed yet. My rough outline of it is here on the screen. The common themes that I've noticed, and we can discuss these today, is that currently Vermonters do not have equitable access to library services. Data reflects inconsistent library service across the state. Data shows a correlation between levels of service and the level of funding in each community. I guess we should also say, not just that the data shows it, but that the community comments echoed what the data showed. This isn't the final language, by the way. It's just me trying to get anything down on the screen. So that's sort of, I think that's probably something we can agree on. Please feel free to unmute yourselves now. Don't stand on ceremony. Does that sound pretty agreeable as like a takeaway, a general takeaway?
Yes.
Okay. And then another finding is really that when we have shared statewide resources, it helps to equalize services. And that we have some recommendations to the legislature about that and some recommendations to the legislature about minimum standards of Vermont public libraries, to the department. There may be other things, and I'd like to hear those from you now. If you have some things that you think are please don't think my list is inclusive. It was just some notes that I made so I wouldn't forget them when I kind of was struck by them recently. So there's extra space. I love spreadsheets, and this spreadsheet is infinitely expandable. So if you have something else that you feel like is a big thing you want in the first like 5 to 10 pages, the executive summary portion, let me know. What do you think?
Possibly something about how all libraries seem to take very little money and make it go in so many different ways.
Does this sound, libraries in Vermont are using the limited resources they have to provide a great deal of services to the community, to their communities. I think that is true. And I think that is probably what we should lead with, kind of voicing that. Are there other things? If you feel pretty comfortable with those, I can show you where we are with the other sections and kind of describe it. Susan?
I wonder if that's a place, and again, this is the thing, we're not seeing it all. I don't know whether this makes sense or not. But I wonder if this is a place to talk about how Vermont doesn't have some of the basic things in place that most other places have, like state funding for libraries and some larger systems and structures in place. I see that as a big theme, but that's something that I want to fix before I die. So that's my pony.
What do folks think about Susan's suggestion? We do say a lot about this in one of the sections, the structures.
Okay, is there a separate section that I'm not seeing that are recommendations?
The recommendations here, I just starred them instead of having them hidden up there. So recommendations to the legislature and then recommendations to the department regarding updates to the minimum standards of Vermont Public Libraries.
But those are subsets.
Those
of
are
the
separate
executive summary.
sections, but we're going to bring them up to the front so that they're part of the beginning, because the legislature is just going to look at the beginning is our thought.
Right.
They're not going to really read everything unless they say, what's this programming recommendation? Then they'll go to the programming chapter.
Kathy,
It
this
seems
is Meg.
worthwhile for the Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just wondering, I can't see, I can't read that, the executive summary notes. I just was wondering if, and I also got kicked out really briefly. It might have been my fault. Could you read those, Kathy?
I just read them.
Okay, that might have been when I was kicked out.
Sorry, I can just run through it more quickly. Currently, the Vermonters do not have equitable access to library services. And then within that topic, data reflects inconsistent library services across the state. Then community comments echo what the data showed, and that the data shows a correlation between levels of service and levels of funding in each community. And then another common theme is shared statewide resources help to equalize services. And that could be fleshed out more. But then libraries in Vermont are using the limited resources they have to provide a great deal of service to Vermonters, I think we should say.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then down below, this executive summary section at the front would also be where we put like a big kind of laundry list of recommendations, and we get more into detail on those specific recommendations after the report. So each chapter of the report is going to align with a topic we've covered. And I can, yeah. So are there other big kind of broad themes that you've noticed or felt?
I don't see a reference to today's staffing survey in the
I
executive
haven't
summary.
got into it, Jeanette. This is the overall impression. So I'll go down through everything and share it with you. But this is just the common themes. Just think of common themes, and then I'll drill down into the other parts of it soon.
Maybe we should see everything before we start making recommendations.
Okay. Well, this is really complicated. Okay, so I mean, you know what the topics are we've spoken about. So what I was planning to do is just show you where we are with the writing to like right now so that you could have a sense of where things are. So the report on programming, the chapter on programming, that one is a report that I wrote, and then we merged it with, we interspersed. Basically what I've been doing is like taking the report from the working group member and then putting it within the context of the data. So making one bigger chapter on each topic. So I'll show you that right now so that you can kind of get a sense of it. Maybe this will help. Let me show you mine, okay? Because we know I didn't like misrepresent myself, and I hope you trust that I didn't misrepresent you, and I'm feeling a little bit concerned that you think I might have done that. So basically we start out with each of them with like, this is what we did. Like we got these comments and we heard from 6 people, and this was the meeting. And then we heard a report from statewide folks. Then I take the quotes that a lot of you pulled out, even for people who didn't give really lengthy reports, you've identified great quotes, which was awesome. And then just did a little bit about like and this should actually be public. So then we get into the data that our team had shared with you, and then we put it into the context of the public library survey. So you can kind of see with charts and graphs, these are the things usually that Josh presented or that another member of the team presented on programming or whatever, or technology, whatever it would have been. And then, so we're trying to make some general statements based on the information to match. Josh has updated this information. He recently finalized the PLS data for 2022 in the past week or so. So then all of the data in the whole entire report was updated to the 2022 data. So then we go into kind of definitions and using some of the federal standard definitions. And there are these back and forth notes with me and the consultants. And it's getting to the point where I'm juggling like 6 or 7 of these at once. So welcome to my scary brain. But then just kind of pulling in the concept, for example, that the youngest children should have programming that supports their early learning needs, and that the library staff share information about that. So we have quotes in the text, and then we also have these kinds of text boxes. These yellow things are usually the text box that might be highlighted in the report when Lily's done with formatting it. Because we had talked in this working group about wanting to have a report that was more visually interesting than just a big, like, Word document. And that's the thing that's going to take time, to be frank. So then this is really just kind of integrating the department stuff and the working group member report. And so if you imagine for each of the reports, that's what is going on. And sometimes there are reports that have even more things to integrate, like the structures report, which we had to integrate April's history, my report on statute, and then the structures report that Susan wrote. So it gets a little bit like there's a lot going on. But you'll notice this one's 11 pages. And we show things like summer programming grants over time. We usually are trying to start with the community out there and present data on like what's happening in the libraries if we have it. We have the most data on public libraries. And then we move to what the department's doing to support them. And we try to do the public library collective data and then put it in the national context. So like this is one of the reports. Does this make sense to people and look like a thing? And our group had decided on programming. We didn't really have recommendations because this is one area that we're doing really well. We got bumped by COVID and jostled by COVID, but there's not something we need legislative support with. And we may take some images like this from library visits or that libraries have shared, and we may intersperse them into the report too. So this is like what one looks like. But in general, the idea with what we were doing, if you go back to the March 24th meeting, you can kind of see how this matches what you all were going to do. We were going to summarize the department report. You were going to write something, what we heard from experts and community in the topical meetings, and then on any recommendations that the working group discussed. And then in those minutes, and I remember talking about this, that you would also identify key quotes, which everybody did, which was great, because those quotes might be helpful to emphasize concepts in the report, and that the report might include quotes highlighted in text boxes. So that's what I'm trying to like highlight the quotes you identified and some others I may have noticed as well. If I got to an area that we were saying something that it was a little bit weak data-wise, I tried to just beef it up. I did some research on my own. I don't sleep anymore. That's that's where we are. So that's kind of like what one of the reports looks like. We did also ask lead writers to include a set of recommendations on their topic, and Christopher's is a really great example of how we hadn't talked about it very much in terms of like all of those things. He took some vague concepts and then he fleshed them out a little bit more. So some of you did that, and I put those in there, and some of the topics changed last month. Like, we kind of refreshed them or like reworded them. So I took things from last month's draft recommendations document. That's where those recommendations were coming from. So right now, does anybody have questions about that process? Because that's what's been going on. So if you see,
You guys are amazing.
Thanks. I'm really tired. I'm just really tired. So if you see here, like all good reports, it's like, it's all in our heads, but we just have to get it out. So the ones that I've kind of done a data merge on are collection, let's see, programming, collections, and collections. Tom and his team the consultants have been like gathering extra data to like beef it up with more statistics and more things because that's a really important topic for our libraries. And we realized we had more data than we shared with you. So we do have kind of more stuff we can, we kind of, some of it was actually, we shared the data, but it was last year's data. And so some of it is kind of just fleshing it out to make it more clear to people reading it who don't understand the shorthand for it. Taking that written testimony, like I realized the academic libraries were somehow, we needed to get more on them. And we had great testimony from Bryn that hadn't been in the report yet. And so just finding those things and looking back through the written testimony, getting the pieces back in there. Facilities, Denise did a great job with that one. I thought about trying to do a needs assessment report and I nearly lost my mind earlier this week, so it didn't. But we do have a new report that we'll be putting out. That is the technology and broadband survey report. Josh and I are working on finalizing that. And then when that's finished, we can refer to some of those survey results that people have given us as recently as 2 days ago. We put a pin in that. Nobody else will be included. I just can't. Continuing education is done except for something brief from Jonathan about the Teen Summit, the 5 trainings that he did. And Joy has a number after the programs finish up later this month that she's going to give us. We have 42 is our updated, it's our placeholder. For those of you who like the Hitchhiker's Guide, you may appreciate that we put 42 as our placeholder number. I hope somebody got that joke. Wendy got it. Okay. Inclusive services, we had the drafts from the working group and the department combined. And if I'm not calling out your name, it's just because I'm bleary right now. Social services, the drafts from the working group and the department combined. Emergency preparedness and public safety. This was a hard one. We had to kind of combine 2 or 3, 2 reports from the department with, I think Kelly did a report on emergency preparedness. Intellectual freedom. Thank God Christopher's a super duper writer and just handed me something that was pretty much ready to roll. So and we had little data. We didn't have any department reports. So that one was easy to just complete. Staffing, I'm trying to figure out what to do with it because you see we've got the staffing and salaries survey in B60, and then we have the report, which we didn't hear the staffing and salary survey before the report, but can we incorporate data into the report? Maybe, or maybe we leave it alone. We can talk about that as soon as I run down the rest of the list. Safety, I don't think we had a report, so I wrote a report, and then we didn't really have data, but I tried to get it all squishy in there. And oh my God, Susan, library structures and organizations is one of the hardest. And it's been, I can show you kind of the draft of it, but it's not totally done yet because I keep finding more things. It hasn't been reviewed yet. So I combine them and then Tom and Jeanette pick them apart. And then I'm like, oh, but maybe we need this extra thing. And then it becomes bigger. This one is, second. Wait, this isn't it. Hold on. That's the wrong thing. Where is it? No, I can't even find it. Library structures and organizations. Oh, here it is. This is it. 27 pages of fun. It starts with the history. It moves along. I don't know if we really need these pictures of vowels. We'll decide. Talks about the regional libraries. Sometimes it's a matter of like getting it into digestible format. Talks, and then I think we hear from like Randall Smathers soon, who's like, this is not right. We can't, maybe that was in collections where it was like, you know, you close something and then we all have to take up the slack. Talking about the location. So then combining these reports with a report from IMLS. So this is just to show you, this is kind of where we are right now. And the thing I'm trying to balance is like meeting the deadline. I'll just stop sharing for a second. The thing that's really hard right now is like, how do we meet the deadline and share it with you in advance so that you can decide if you think the report is good? So let me share what I think is a plan. I do want you to be able to read things before they're submitted to the legislature on November 1st, and we're running really short on time. And it's really important that we not co-edit, because like I can't share something with you and then you all type in it, because then that could constitute a public meeting, which is like what we've been hitting up against the whole time. So we are supposed to be handing stuff over to Lily on the 1st of October to begin formatting. And she can do that with the text we have and the images we have. And then we could make small revisions if there are like minor things. It's harder to do giant revisions. And I don't know how much time we actually all have to battle it out. And I hope there's not much to battle out, because our meetings have been very collegial and we seem to all be on the same page about the recommendations at the last meeting last month. And even at today's meeting, I think in general, we're all on the same page about things. So I was thinking what I could do. I think it's going to be very hard to make huge changes to the report, but we can still get input by me sending PDFs of the chapters that are complete to you and you sending them back. And please don't share them with other people, because if you share them, it's like a pre-release of our work. And it's also, it just kind of gets wacky. And I want to be sure this is you've been at all the meetings. I want to be sure this is our collective work, not like the whole library community weighs in on it and changes everything. And it's like, we can't kind of have a voice together. So my thought is that we could begin editing, Lily could begin editing and format, like proofreading and formatting. And then people could share like content issues back. And then we could kind of, but for the most part, they've been proofread a couple of times, so there shouldn't be too many errors by the time that it gets into the final draft. But we could schedule one more meeting. I would propose October 13th to just like sit with the chapters and do final revisions to them. What do you think?
Did you say October 15th, Kathy?
I'm sorry, the 13th, Friday. Oh, God.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Kathy, I would, yeah, that makes me breathe really hard to think about another meeting. I don't think I can do another meeting, but I would totally be happy to read in the evenings and offer comments. And the reason I say that is because I'm down to senior people, right? Because Ryan is out ill, and Chelsea's no longer here. So I don't say that lightly. I just don't think it's realistic for me to do another meeting.
Well, we could do something else. Oh, sorry, Meg.
Well, also, I just want clarification. So, because I totally, you and your staff have put in so much work, and you know, there should be nothing new under the sun in these reports. We've been at the hearings, we've listened to the testimony, we've had our meetings. And so, you know, I wouldn't necessarily need to see the report only unless there was something in the statutes that we had to vote on it. You know, and if we don't have to vote on it, then, you know, I trust the staff as that you've done diligence to this process.
So I don't know if I think Susanna might have left, but I've never done one of these, and Susanna is here still. I've never done one of these before, but I think it would be good for people to have access to it and read it, because I don't want to be in a situation where, you know, I'm trying to capture the kind of the zeitgeist of our group, right? Like, did I use that word correctly? I'm trying to capture like what we're all collectively in agreement about. And if I've done it wrong, and then we submit it and you all are like, Kathy did it wrong. Like, I don't really want that either. I mean, I could share back, if you all trust each other, I could share back your the chapter that you contributed to with you. I could share all the chapters, and then if you feel like it's good, you could just let me know. We don't have to meet to do a poll of how you feel about it.
I would
but
absolutely think it's our duty to read it before it becomes final.
Yeah.
And to offer any feedback.
So I think maybe what we could do is, for those of us who can meet, to meet, and for those of us who can't meet, if you have, and I would say at this point, like, really, please, I know this feels weird because we're so close to the wire on it, but like, I would say if there's a substantive change, that would be what we're looking for. Because the things will be proofread once more in their final form. But if there's like, wow, we just can't get behind this idea, and there's a consensus that we all can't get behind, like if we had actually put in something about guns specifically, for example, right? Like last month, there was a lot of discussion about firearms. Like if we had actually put in something about firearms and one person couldn't get behind it, but everybody else could, would that be like, knowing you still have a concern about that and talking about it among those who could talk about it. But the thing is, like, if Christopher can't be at a meeting on the 13th, Christopher could send his comments in advance of the meeting, and then I could share them with the group, and then we could all have comments of the people who can't be there, and they could trust the rest of us to like do a good job and honor that. And if somebody feels like it's just good, just go with it, they could do that too. They could just vote that way. But I do think it's important to, like, if we do have a big group of people saying there's a problem in this chapter, to know that.
That
And
sounds
to,
good. Kathy.
yeah, and even to talk it out, like one thing that would be really cruddy is if like 4 people think, or 5 people think a chapter is good and one person's upset about a chapter and it's me and that one person at the meeting. Like that would be pretty cruddy for me. And you all are very kind and generous with me and understand I'm in a funny position. But I do think in general, like it could be the case I can't sign the report. And as I said last month, it's nothing to do with y'all. It's just like if there's something really, if there's like a chapter I can't sign, maybe I sign off on certain chapters and not others. I don't really know what that will shake out like. But I think the idea is we're looking for something, if we can, that we can all say, yeah, we feel comfortable with this. And this is a good thing for the libraries in general. Oh, Susanna is saying, yeah, Susanna is asking about if the group is a public body. It is, and we don't ever do group editing or use reply all. I've been like well trained by Jacob Humbert in the AG's office, and I'm like the most annoying public open meeting person. Christopher can attest to that because I even do it in the 250th commission. I'm always like, is that a violation potentially of public meeting, open meeting law?
We love our 250th commission.
Oh, that's a good idea, the change log.
That's often the issue, unfortunately. Okay. Try to get Craftsware Hotspot to do the same Wi-Fi. Oh, okay.
Susanna has some helpful advice. Susanna, do you want to come on and just share it out loud?
Sure, of course.
Thanks. I'm reading it
Yeah,
and staring at it.
Yeah, so a few of the so I have kind of headed up a few different working groups on different topics, and everyone's kind of different. Sometimes the group is 30 members and nobody gives input because of bystander syndrome. And sometimes the group is 7 people and people are really into it and everybody drafts their own portion of it. And they have all played out a little bit differently, but one of the things that I always remember is that right before I got here, this was circa 2008, there's a different working group that was legislatively created where the group all agreed on a report, and then there were edits made by the then chairs. The group disagreed with the edits. The chair stepped down and the group formally retracted the report afterwards. It ended up having a real, I still hear people who talk about it today who are still very hurt by it. So I always try to keep that in mind when I do the group reporting and editing situation. So one of the things that I think is really important is that you all have consensus, not on everything that you want to recommend, but consensus on how to make the decision. I've been on a few groups now that we have had a collection of recommendations. We didn't all agree on them. And so we noted which ones were non-consensus. And I think that that is more than just okay. I think it's actually really helpful to policymakers and other readers because you don't have to have an answer to be able to at least say, here's an issue that needs to be looked at. These are the pros, these are the cons, these are the considerations, form a conclusion. But you all don't have to be the ones who form a conclusion. So I think it's also okay if you have things you want to address, but they don't culminate in a recommendation. So that's what I would say if you all have issues that are important and relevant, but you can't come to agreement. And then the other thing, is just procedurally, because it is a hefty report that you all are putting together. And I promise I will read at least 20% of it, but it's if the review and if the copy editing and reviewing process is going to be onerous for you all, then you may just condense it to a change log of what's been changed or updated. Now, the tricky part about that is you don't want to get a snippet of what's been changed if it ends up somehow being in conflict with something that was already agreed upon. So you don't want changes to end up changing meaning of other things. And I think the last thing, oh gosh, it has left my brain, but I'll put it in the chat when I remember it again.
Thanks, Susanna.
Yeah.
One thing I was thinking about as you were talking is that for other departments and agencies, as a matter of course, it's a good idea for me to give them a heads up. So for example, I know that we heard from a lot of the school librarians that they want a position restored to AOE and that they feel unsupported and kind of adrift. I have to mention it to Agency of Education so they can develop something to respond with or start thinking of ideas or just know it's coming, that they're not blindsided. So I do need to kind of put a pin in things so that I have time to share with them what the language is. And that's an aspect that's difficult too. I do think if tasked with another legislative report, I would personally begin the writing much earlier. We've talked about that. Like we kind of had a backlog of writing and then we tried to catch up all at once and it was hard. So I think doing the writing on a rolling basis so that you're not trying to cram it all at once would be much more sustainable and healthy. It was hard to do that in my first year. This was like a really ill-timed thing. I know it was hard for the department, and everybody's just been sort of scrambling. I think you will be impressed, as I have been, by the work the consultants have done with their written reports. And I think you'll find that this is in pretty good shape and like pretty coherent. I hope you'll find that. It's not like garbled and confusing, but this is a really hard report to write because of the giant scope of it. And if asked to testify in the future about potential for working groups and reports, I really think that one of the things to ask up front is what will be the outcome of this report? Before we agree to a report, like to Jeanette's point, well, didn't they plan on giving us money? They asked us to do a report. I haven't heard anybody talk about giving us money. So this is a lot of work. It's going to help us as library professionals, as trustees, the department. It's helping me to know everyone and to get a sense of what the issues are. But there are a lot of things with price tags in this report, and it's a little overwhelming to look at it. And I think they could have sticker shock if we're not doing this, but if we put a number to some of these things, they might just like fall off their seats. Right. And we've talked about that before.
And
For
you know,
example, a staff person focusing on intellectual freedom could be $100,000 minimum.
Susanna?
you know, I think one of the things, at least for us, most of the reports that we issue them with the expectation that they're going to be read by policymakers, but really they're aimed at other people, advocates and community members. And so thinking about that, one of the things that I would recommend to you all, for you to think about in your timeline, this is the thing that I had forgotten earlier, is to consider creating a plain language summary of your report. And I think that'll help in terms of accessibility, and also just to help get it into more people's hands. If it's at if there's a version of it that feels manageable to people, and if you aim for about a 6th grade reading level, then I think that will be a big help just on the accessibility front. And so that may end up adding to your timeline. But the other thing, and I hope you all will indulge me just for a couple of seconds, I just want to share my screen so I can show you a previous thing that we did. So the Racial Equity Task Force was asked by the governor to do 2 reports. And after each one, we created a PowerPoint that summarized the report. And then at our whatever the date was that we issued the report, at the following meeting, we did a public walkthrough of the report because we didn't expect people to read it. We didn't expect people to read it. So we just made it really easy by condensing it. And I'm just going to show you what that walkthrough actually looked like. It's super simple, but I think people appreciated just being able to get a condensed version. And so we had one, so this is from our second report, and we had one section that was titled Building an Anti-Hate Foundation for Vermont's Future. It's kind of a lofty title, but that was just around schools. And so for this section, we had key findings. I have a page reference here so that you can see what pages in the actual report this content appears. And then we just had kind of the real high-level findings of that section. And then the following slide shows the corresponding recommendations that came out of that particular section. So really, really basic. Here's the next one, fair representation and leadership in government. Same thing, key findings and then recommendations. And then, you know, at the end, we did kind of a next steps thing, because a lot of times members of the public will say, okay, great, you did all this work and you wrote all this stuff. Now what? Are we actually going to see meaningful change? And so just being able to give people a roadmap of where we are. And, you know, like, for example, this was for the second report. We had already done one. And so a bunch of our recommendations from that first report were showing up in that year's legislation. And we were able to report back on what was actually moving on that. And I think people found that helpful. So this is just one really quick example of a way that you could help to relay a report in a way that's accessible to people without burdening yourselves with having to wrestle with a really long document. If you have a sort of quick elevator pitch version, I'm talking a lot, I'll stop here, but those are just some suggestions. I don't know.
That's really awesome. Thank you, Susanna. Can you share that PowerPoint with me? Because I think that would be helpful for us. And just
Absolutely.
thinking about the plain language and about the PowerPoint, I mean, step 1 is like, get something published by November 1st. And then by published, it's really just get it up out on the website and over to the legislators who asked for this. And then we can work on the PowerPoint, and the legislature is not going to come back into session until that day. They're not going to call on me for testimony for probably a week or two. So getting PowerPoint next would be great. And I might actually ask for some help from this group, because I think it might be just for like 1 or 2 people who could help with that, could take some pressure off, because we've been sprinting and we're exhausted, and we need to get the capital projects out to the community, the grant opportunity. We've sort of got an overlap of all the important things happening all at the same time. So, you know, we can work on that maybe right after the meeting. And then I think just planning that it would be really good to have some of you present and even participating in presentations to the legislature on this, that it's not just a state librarian show. Would be really important that working group member, you know, that at least somebody's there, so that it looks like we are a united team of folks. And the plain language, idea Susanna had shared with me via chat, and Karen is going to be Karen Gravlin, who's our inclusive services librarian, is looking at how to do that and the mechanisms for that so that we can potentially work on that as well. Because it's a really important thing for it to be accessible to people and to kids too. Like if kids know this is what I should have in my library and I don't have it, that's important. Susanna, I'm really glad you came today.
I am too. I like this group. You all are not unreasonable people.
Did you hear that? She almost said we're reasonable people. Almost. Oh, Susanna just shared something that I think is really important. I was thinking about at lunch, which is like, we've got, what is going to happen next isn't necessarily to Christopher's point that I'm going to go forward and stand there and bang on things and ask for money, but an advocacy group could.
Yeah, I might. And this is something that I can bring up with our lobbyist, right? That there may be recommendations that the Vermont Creative Network wants to put forward.
Yeah, and we do have the president of the Vermont Library Association here quietly listening, which is, I think, really great to have support from Oceana. Just taking the time out of just that Oceana took the time out of their schedule and is with us and listening to this today is important.
I'm delighted. Thank you all for all your work on this. It's very impressive, and I'm excited as we move forward.
So we're nearing 3 o'clock. Do people feel, what do working group members think about setting a date for Friday the 13th for a meeting where we can kind of try to resolve any outstanding things, and everybody will have read the chapters that are available. I think everything should have been available by that point because I'm trying to get everything to Lily to start working on. I should show you my calendar. It's just like solid walls of WG report writing. It's day after day, except when it's Fairy Tale Festival. I don't know if you all noticed my sparkle hair, but I have a little sparkle hair. It's very exciting. What do you think? Susan, I can't hear you, but your face looks like you're saying what I want to hear.
Thank you. Would this be in person or on Teams?
To be frank, I would rather be in person. I feel like we got a lot more done, but I recognize that that's hard to plan with just a couple weeks notice. So it's up to you all. If it's in person, I can find money for food somehow or just steal food. I'll just steal food. Teasing.
You don't have to steal.
And Kathy, can I clarify? We have a meeting in November too, correct? That's still standing.
We actually don't have a meeting on the books in November, but we don't cease to exist until
December 1st.
December 1st. So I think we should have a meeting where we present. I think Susanna's point is good that it's not, that a lot of people have participated. And just like people participated in the salary and staffing survey and they wanted to hear about what happened, and we saw people come this morning, I think people will want to know whatever happened with that weird Teams call I was on and what's the outcome. So I would suggest that we add two things to our calendar. I mean, we could add it in December instead of in.
But we will cease to exist, Catherine. So
well, but that's almost good because people would ask us, can you revise the report? And we're like, we ceased to exist. Sorry, dudes. Like, here we're talking about the report.
Move.
That sounds good.
Because I think it would have to be, I do have something on Friday the 17th because we talked about, remember, part of what happened here is we thought we had until December and then we didn't. So for whatever reason, the legislature didn't.
There is a meeting scheduled for the 17th.
Okay, so the 17th we can meet and we can turn that into a public facing thing. Jeanette Baer, question about how will the report be distributed to working group members? I think what I'll do is I'll send you PDFs of the report, chapters, kind of as they are now, not formatted. And and I'll send them out as they get moved into the For Lily review pile. And then you'll send me one document each that has high level things that are of concern. Like if it's like, whoa, this is all over the place, or you totally missed blah, blah, blah that this person talked about. And it's important to include that. That's the level of what I need from you. Like it's a high level, like this is concerning that you put it in there. We didn't talk about that or agree to it. Or you missed something. This topic was really important and it's not mentioned at all. I think I would send one email with a bunch of chapters to you because I have to physically send all this stuff, all the emails to you. I would put you all in the BCC field and you would send back a document broken into topics. Don't jump topics. And I could send instruction on how to do it. I'm not going to send it today because I'm going to send it next week after I think about after I turn these things into PDFs and then write instructions on what to do. But I think the idea here is that you don't have to be the grammar police. If you notice a really egregious thing, like I've misgendered somebody or their name changed, that would be important. We have had people whose names have changed. So like, just think we're like going back and forth and revising all this stuff and it's a little confusing. But I've tried to avoid using too many personal pronouns just to try to avoid misgendering people. But really you're trying to say, like inclusive services, I'm on board with this. Yes, that's all you need to say. Like you don't have to go bananas, but you see something that's concerning, you say this thing on page 3, I'm concerned about this. And then we can make time to talk about those at the meeting. And I'll send you a list of who to respond to. It could be that it's me and Lily Talbert. I might also engage Gina Rubin in helping to track that. Gina's my executive assistant. Does this make sense to everybody? Conceptually, like high level.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. This has been really exciting today. I don't know. I feel like we're getting to the point where like we actually almost are going to birth the report into the world. And I have never birthed anything, but I have to say like it's painful and it's hard. And I know that it's not been easy for us, any of us, but I appreciate your patience and the grace you're extending because I know it looks a little bit weird and we've changed tracks a few times. I know that we had talked a couple meetings ago about, well, we could pay someone to write the report. And then I realized I'd have to tell them what to say. Like they haven't been at the meetings. Like there's a lot of learning that's gone on for the future, like that we should ask for money for a report writer, that we should have them at the meetings. There's just a lot that's been helpful and that we now know if anybody says coming out of this report, why don't you do a report on state aid? Well then. But I also wonder, to Christopher's point, if sometimes it's not the best idea to have the state librarian be the chair of the working group. Maybe.
Just an interesting contradiction that you work for the governor, but this request comes from the legislature.
Yeah, I think it's kind of common though. Like, I don't think it's that uncommon. It's an interesting thing.
Thank you. I have to go. I have another meeting starting.
I have to go too. I have to lay
I'm
down.
really looking forward to seeing everybody's work. It's been really a great honor. I know it's been really long meetings and that's been hard on you guys over at the department, but I'm really glad I was part of this experience.
I'm glad you were too. Susan has a hand up before we adjourn.
Yeah, a quick question about the salary survey report. It is a public document now because it's on the Department of Library's website. Would it be appropriate for me to write into the listservs just to draw attention to that for people? I know people have a lot of questions about it and would like to see it.
I shared it last week, so you should have gotten an email. As the working group chair, I shared it out and also told people about today's meeting. So I think they saw it. I had a little bit of trouble because I didn't use it wasn't like lib.staff, but then I sent it again. So I think people got it.
I'm sorry, I was gone last week, so I
no
probably got it
worries.
and missed it. Thank
Okay.
you. Well
Yeah, of
done.
course. Yeah, I wanted to be sure people had it and knew we were talking about this today. I did get some questions from people who hadn't submitted comments, but then wanted to on other things, and I told them we can't. Like, we just have to stop at some point. So I think that's where we are. Okay, thank you all. I really appreciate all of you. I feel like when this is all done, we need to have a party, like an actual party with cupcakes or something. I don't know. That's what I think of as a party. I don't know what you all do, but cupcakes. Cupcakes and boggle. That's just how much fun I am. So let's let's
I'll bring the
adjourn.
tequila.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great weekend and enjoy your reading. I'll send stuff out next week. Bye.
Thank you.